Uh. Oh, yeah. And I hear you, I'm gonna hang up on the phone. I hear you. Yes, it is working. Yay! You're good. You feel comfortable, Janet? Yeah. Okay, cause I wanna make sure, I wanna make sure you feel comfortable. Okay, cool, okay. Go on. Okay, perfect. Then you want to get all out there, okay, there's a charge there for you there. If you want the speaker. Okay, Jack, I'm gonna end this call, we need to swap our location, I'll see you in the meeting. Jack? Can you hear, Jack? Jack? Well, I'm gonna get us. Jack, you there? No. Just checking, Jack. Hey, are you still on? Are you still in the meeting? The Zoom meeting? Oh, no, I signed on for the charter transportation, I'm not leaving. You did not leave, that's okay, I'll end the meeting, you froze for a second, so I just wanna make sure. If I were you, I would close your browser entirely, because that's how you might mess up your sound, start over. Like, exit Zoom entirely, and then enter the traffic and transportation. Okay, alright, I'll see you there. Sounds good, thanks, Jeff. Wait, and since he's definitely not picking up, I'll see. But I'd like to see. Sure.
Several people on one text trail, Carol, so no worries. Period. I will end this text after the meeting.
Battery 80%.
Is this it? Sound link not connected?
I,
I don't know what. Okay,
I'm not gonna eat that food after Sprocket decided she wanted,
I know exactly where she lived.
that's okay.
All right. Why am I called Bruce Robertson?
Why, what?
I'm being called Bruce Robertson.
That's what it's for. What happened to our little, like, beef jerky there? Fine.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're gonna allow another minute just for one or two more committee members, and then we'll begin. All right, we'll get started. In essence of time, I want to thank everyone for joining us for our traffic and transportation meeting. My name is Leo Jimenez. I am the chair of this committee, the Committee of Action and Advocacy, as I call it. We're gonna have some of the committee members introduce themselves. Then we're gonna kind of go through a run of show tonight. It's gonna be a pretty lengthy meeting. So I guess we can start off with Noemi, our vice chair.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Women's History Month. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you as we are present. Just wanted to let you know I'm a community member. Not only that, but I have a beautiful teenager that is part of this community as well. And I'm part of not only traffic and transportation as co-chair, but I am also part of public safety. Thank you. Chair. Pass the baton down to Jody.
Yeah, hi. I'm Jody Herson, and I'm a member of Traffic and Transportation and New York City Parks. Who I send it on to? Daryl.
There we go.
Thanks, Jody. Hi, Daryl Cochran. I am on this committee, obviously, as well as Parks and Cultural Affairs as well. Nice to be here. And I'm sorry, I was having problems with my volume, so I didn't hear who first went. Did Jim go?
Yeah, Jim is here. Jim.
Yeah, let me introduce myself. I'm Jim Berlin. I'm obviously on this committee. I'm on the land use committee. We got to hear some of this before. And I'm also the board parliamentarian. And 1,000 years ago, I was actually the chair of our board. So there.
I guess
see
I can go
Melissa
next,
Sims.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
There you go.
Melissa Sims, I'm an Inwood resident, and I am also a member of the licensing committee.
Great. I don't see anybody else. So they'll come back in, but we'll start. So again, thank you guys for attending. It's a
Leo?
pretty yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to let you know I got a text from Bruce, and he made a mistake and went to the office, thought the meeting was live, and he's heading home, and he'll join the Zoom shortly.
All right, awesome. Yeah, I saw his camera on earlier. Apologies. All right. So it is going to be a pretty lengthy meeting. I'll share the agenda, or if Noemi, you can share the agenda while I kind of set some ground rules. So we have a couple presentations tonight. We'll have lengthy dialogue surrounding BSA application coming from Zeta, one of our locations, as well as updates for the Riverside Drive Viaduct. When it comes to the portion for public speaking, I do allow for some dialogue. Don't allow for back and forth on professionalism, profanity, disrespect. At the end of the day, the agencies are our partners, so we want to work with them, not against them. But I will allow comments from both sides, and then the committee will have in-depth discussion on what actions we want to step forward to mitigate these concerns. On the agenda, I know we have some. Let me see if I can find it. Give me 1 second so I can share it. But on the agenda, we have an order. I might flip it a bit just because there's going to be a lot of discussion surrounding two of the topics. I want to make space for it, but I also want to consider other people's time. So I'm going to go ahead. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and we're actually going to start with DDC. Before I jump to DDC, I will ask that all committee members take notes. Again, it's going to be a long meeting. So take notes and send me as much information as possible so I can, or if anybody can help draft the meeting minutes. After this, we probably will have a resolution or two potentially at the end of the night. So I need as much help from you guys as possible. And with that being said, I'm going to pass it over to
Let's
some of
call
my
our meeting
colleagues.
to
That-
order, Chair,
I'm
at
sorry?
7:06. Let's call our meeting to order. Thank
Yes.
you.
We'll call our meeting to order at 7:06. And I will pass it forward to DDC. I see Kirsten and Marlene.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Marlene Nunez from DDC. Just one second. I'm here with our DDC team, and we'll be presenting on the HWM 10 Inwood project. And I will pass it on to our design consultants from Stantec. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Can someone just confirm that they can see my screen?
Yes, we can. Oh, not yet. Now we can.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining this meeting to go over the New York City DDC Inwood 10th Avenue Safety Improvements Project located in Manhattan, New York, in Community Board 12. I'm John Pelias, project manager from Stantec, and joining me on this presentation is also Justin Walkup, civil designer from Stantec, as well as Victor Aponte Romero and Ariela Hernandez, who will both be monitoring questions at the end of the presentation. So the agenda of discussion for today's presentation are the following. We will go over the project location, background, goals, then we will transition into the existing conditions, followed by proposed improvements that will showcase how we are enhancing pedestrian safety, as well as proposed street elements that will be added to the project. And then we will close with the tentative project schedule, community liaison involvement, and wrap up with questions and open discussion. Now, I would like and appreciate if everyone can just hold any comments or questions until after the presentation. So the project is located in the Inwood and Fort George neighborhoods of Northern Manhattan, New York, which serves primarily as a residential area. The project limits consist of 4 different sites within these neighborhoods, as shown here on the aerial image on the slide. Site 1 is the Fort George multi-site, which consists of a 5-street intersection of Fort George Hill, Fort George Avenue, Fairview Avenue, Wadsworth Avenue, and West 193rd Street, as well as the intersection of Audubon Avenue and Fort George Avenue, and also the stretch of Fort George Avenue from West 93rd Street to Amsterdam Avenue. On the other hand, site 2 is the Harlem River Drive Gateway, which consists of the 3-street intersection of Dyckman Street, 10th Avenue, and Harlem River Drive. And this is where Public School 5 is also adjacent to. Site 3 is the Dyckman Rest intersection, which consists of the intersection of Dyckman Street, Nagle Avenue, Fort George Hill, as well as the intersection of Hillside Avenue and Nagle Avenue. And last but not least, Site 4 is the Nagle Avenue L-Space Urban Design Corridor, which is the stretch of Nagle Avenue from Fort George Hill to West 205th Street. Now, here we have a list of project background information in regards to some of the history of the work that has occurred during the transformational years of 2012 to 2024. In 2012, there was street improvements on Fort George Avenue and Audubon Avenue, where sidewalk and curb extensions were implemented. And in 2012 or 2017, Dyckman Street underwent a series of safety improvements for the protection of bike lane installations. That same year, in 2017, the Dyckman Rest intersection had pedestrian safety improvements consisting of pedestrian islands added on Dyckman Street. A signal control intersection was also installed at Nagle Avenue. Daylighting was added to improve pedestrian visibility. Curb regulations were updated to reduce vehicle congestion. In 2018, the neighborhood of Inwood underwent rezoning, which delivered $200 million of public investments for the neighborhood preservation. In 2023, the 10th Avenue pedestrian bridge was removed to shift the focus onto street level safety improvements. And lastly, in 2024, there were pedestrian ramp upgrades at 10th Avenue, which also included a new traffic signal and crosswalk installation at the former 10th Avenue pedestrian bridge location, which also included new traffic signals along 10th Avenue and new school safety signages installed. Now, for present day, the main goal for this project we are presenting today is to enhance pedestrian safety. And in order to achieve this, we will be improving pedestrian crossings at all intersections at each of the sites presented earlier by increasing visibility, shortening crosswalks, enhancing bus ridership safety with design improvements to bus stops, installing accessible pedestrian signals to provide ADA compliant pedestrian access at all signalized intersections, as well as other improvements. Now I'm going to pass it over to Justin Walkup, who will present to you the next topic, which are the conditions of the project sites as they are in present day.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, John. So as mentioned in the slide prior, this capital project will be focusing on pedestrian infrastructure and bicycle network issues and its improvements. Pictured in front of you all are some example existing conditions that we have at Site 1 or Fort George multi-site that attend to these overarching issues. As you can see in our visuals, we will be repaving cracked crosswalks at the Fort George multi-site intersection, providing sidewalk upgrades at the intersection as well as throughout the entirety of the site, and incorporating bike lane protection to enhance pedestrian safety as well as inhibit double parking. Now, if we continue to the next slide, at Site 2, the concerns at Harlem River Drive Gateway stem from the Y-shaped intersection, which struggles to accommodate the multi-mode use of the adjacent school zone. The existing shared space between cyclists and pedestrians shown on this slide will be upgraded to ensure a safer intersection. There is also opportunity to make adjustments and or upgrades to the crosswalks adjacent to Ellen Larry Public School 5. Now continuing on to Site 3, the Dyckman Rest intersection acts as a transit hub for Fort George and Inwood. In addition, the site is located in proximity to the Dyckman Street 1 train station. Due to steep sloping along Fort George Hill, as you all could see in the photo at the top right of the slide, there is room to improve drainage to prevent unsafe conditions at the event of a storm. In addition, we will be increasing sidewalk spaces as well as improving long, misaligned crosswalks, again, all in an effort to bring a safer space to the community. Now, finally, we'll continue on to Site 4, to the under the elevated structure at Nagle Avenue, which is a transit hub itself as well, mainly for pedestrians accessing the above train station. As shown in our visual, illumination is unevenly distributed, causing dark spots which can act as a safety hazard for those accessing the intersection or even the station. Our intent with this project is to incorporate new lighting technologies to improve these existing conditions. Now we'll continue to the proposed improvements by site, starting with Site 1. So for Site 1 at the 5th Street intersection of Fort George Avenue, Fort George Hill, Fairview Avenue, Wadsworth Avenue, and West 193rd Street, we're proposing improvements including a sidewalk extension at the northern corner of Wadsworth Avenue and St. Nicholas Avenue, a relocated bus shelter at Fort George Avenue, adjacent to another sidewalk extension on the corner of Fort George Avenue, New York City DOT city bench installations on the southern corner of Audubon Avenue and Fort George Avenue, in addition to city racks installed along Fort George Hill, a new traffic signal at the main intersection with accessible pedestrian signals and street lighting adjacent to a new wayfinding sign, a new median installation along Fort George Avenue leading up to the main 5th Street intersection, new tree plantings throughout the entirety of the site, and finally, a new protected bike lane along Fort George Avenue. So if we continue to the next slide, the proposed protected bike lane will extend along Fort George Avenue near the entrance to Highbridge Park. In addition, on this stretch of Fort George Avenue, there will be another installation of a new traffic signal with the same features, more tree plantings, and new pavement installation. Now we'll continue on to Site 2 onto the next slide. At Harlem River Drive Gateway, we're proposing a similar range of improvements, including new tree plantings along Dyckman Street, a new traffic signal with the same accessible pedestrian signal and street lighting fixtures at the intersection of Harlem River Drive, Dyckman Street, and 10th Avenue, planting areas at the bottom of Highbridge Park adjacent to a relocated city bike station and a proposed wayfinding sign, new pavement installations on sidewalks along 10th Avenue, and a new bike path at pedestrian grade that leads to the intersection with a wayfinding sign at the northern end of the path. Now, if we continue to the next slide, here's another depiction of the proposed improvements to Site 2, looking at street level northwest from the proposed bike lane towards the existing bike path that's in front of Dykeman Houses, in front of the intersection, and also looking onto the intersection at Harlem River Drive Gateway. Now, I will pass the baton back to John to continue with the proposed improvements to Sites 3 and 4. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. So continuing on the proposed improvements at Site 3, which is the Dykeman Rest intersection as shown here on the image. Along Dykeman Street, south of Nagel Avenue, we will be adding a bus boarding island. And right to the east of that, a raised protected bike lane will be added, as well as raised pedestrian crosswalks at the intersection of Dykeman Street and Nagel Avenue. Also, we will be reconstructing the pedestrian island in front of the NYCHA housing located at the intersection of Nagel Avenue and Dykeman Street, as well as upgrading and installing new ADA compliant pedestrian ramps. Other street elements that we will be adding here are New York City DOT city benches, relocated bus stop on the new bus boarding island, and new wayfinding signs. Now, at the intersection of Fort George Hill and Nagel Avenue, a bus bulb curb extension is being added in front of the Dykeman Rest intersection, which will also include a raised bike lane dismount on Fort George Hill and ADA compliant pedestrian ramps. New traffic signals with APS and street lighting will also be added at this intersection of Nagel Avenue and Dykeman Street. We will also be investigating the source of ponding issues that occurs here at the Dykeman Rest intersection by looking into the existing roadway grading, clogged catch basins, the existing sewer drainage capacity, and the potential of excess stormwater runoff from the High Bridge Park. And lastly, the intersection of Hillside Avenue and Nagel Avenue, we're going to be adding double curb extensions and a raised crosswalk to deter illegal parking and also provide traffic calming measures, as well as add ADA compliant pedestrian ramps. So the proposed improvements for Site 4, as shown here on the light pink highlight, is Nagel Avenue from Fort George Hill to West 205th Street, which will consist of enhancing the lighting on the roadway and the sidewalks under the elevated one train to promote safety for all roadway users and pedestrians alike. We will also look at enhancing the electrical services at 2 locations shown in the yellow highlights for potential opportunities for DOT CDL. This slide here provides visuals of some of the proposed street elements that were touched upon on the previous slides, which include new New York City Park tree guards at locations where we are adding new trees, city benches, city bike racks, wayfinding signs, bus shelters, and new landscaping plantings. So the tentative project schedule shown here is as follows. In fall 2023, the project commenced. Winter 2024, the preliminary design of the project began. And then in winter 2025, the preliminary design was approved. We are currently entering spring 2026, which is why we're here today presenting for the community board feedback. And in fall of this year, we are expecting to complete the design. In fall of 2027 is the anticipated construction start. And in spring of 2030 is when the construction is anticipated to end. So community liaison involvement will also be occurring on this project. A community board liaison, or community liaison rather, is an individual that will be assigned to this project prior to the start of construction. They will address concerns, respond to inquiries, attend meetings, as well as distribute project-related materials to keep the community informed and notified. Some of the examples shown here of the materials include project information cards, advisories in the form of no parking notices, weekly look-ahead bulletins, and quarterly newsletters. So thank you all for your time and attention today. We'll open the floor for any questions or discussion topics.
Thank you, John and Justin. Before we move to discussions committee, DDC is coming to us with this proposal. I believe they're going into the design phase, so this is the best time for commenting periods. And depending on what we discuss, maybe we'll put something in a resolution of what we would like to see added, if possible. We'll start with Jim.
Hello. Early on in the slides, and both of my questions are related to the Dykeman Rest area. And I think you mentioned it twice. There was a photograph of this absolute flood swimming pool in the middle of the intersection. And I think that the captioning was something like opportunity to do something about this. I presume you're actually going to really do something about it so that we will no longer get this dreadful ponding when there's a great deal of rain. Is that correct?
Hi, Jim. Thanks for your question. Yeah, that is correct. We're actually working with DEP to resolve these issues as well. I'm not sure if DEP is present at this meeting today, if they want to speak upon that as well. But yeah, we're looking into various methods to resolve this issue.
Very good. The second thing is in the, I suppose it's a map of that intersection, there are some dotted lines that go across. I don't know what they are.
Are you referring to this image that we're looking here?
Uh, yeah, hang on a second. Yes, see the double dotted lines, the white ones?
Yeah, they're just trying to show the boundaries of the existing overhead NTA1 line. So the subway that goes right over.
Oh, that's what they are.
Yeah, it's just to kind
Uh-huh.
of signify that there's something above.
Oh, yeah, you probably, based upon the intersections you're working on, especially in this sort of mountainous corner of the district, if you want to call it that, we have some very interesting intersections, and I'm personally always pleased when DOT works on these things with whoever they're going to work with. I've been around a long time, as you might be able to observe, and in the old days, especially this the one at the top of the hill, where the top of Fort George Hill, with the 5 ways or whatever. Way back when, that was just craziness, and it's already much better. And the fact that you continue to work on it, I think that will make it even safer and less confusing for people. So thank you, and keep up the good work.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim. Daryl, then Noemi Isidro.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. That was very thorough. My question was about, and I don't know if you cover this, along Fort George Hill going down, and I guess toward Hillside, there's vegetation or whatnot. Are you upgrading that area? Because that is like a lot of trash and not a lot. I couldn't tell if that was part of this scope.
You're referring to the sides of Fort George Hill? Going up to
Yes.
Fort George Hill? Yeah, that's not part of our scope of the project, unfortunately.
Okay, because you have all this nice new things and then all this old trash in the middle. Okay.
Go ahead, Noemi.
Hi, I had questions in regards to the time availability. I'm not sure what do you call it, but when you're standing at the bus station, it allows you to know how far the buses are. So is that getting updated for all the buses that are within all these different locations? I know that was a concern of a couple of our students in the area. They wanted to know how long would it take for them to just wait around and wait for the next bus. So I wanted to know that question.
So I think you're referring, I know, I mean, so yeah, I appreciate your question. I think you're referring to the proposed wayfinding signs. There are going to be some new ones being installed at these locations, and we're working with the city to locate those.
Thank you. We got a couple on Amsterdam if you guys want to head on over there too.
Go ahead, Isidro.
Thank you, John, for the presentation. John, so if you have to look on Dykeman going east, I see that there are signs on the road that are pointing to go straight. Is that if you go further up on this particular drawing?
You're talking about me scrolling up
Yeah,
like
please.
on the next slide,
Yeah,
previous
so
slide, or
no, on the slide that you, if you go like, or just pull it down, I see arrows that point to go straight, eastbound. Would drivers be able to make a left to go on Hillside Avenue or not? As you come east from on Dykeman, would it be possible for drivers to go up on Hillside Avenue or not?
Hillside Avenue is a one-way street, so they'll be coming. The vehicles will be going north of Hillside Avenue.
So the question is, if you're on Dykeman, are you able to make a quick right and go up to Hillside Avenue? I know it's a one-way street.
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Go to the intersection of Dykeman and Nagel on this same slide.
Right here. This is the intersection we're talking about, right? Here, let me pull up the a PDF, much be easier to mark up. So you're referring to
If you check on Dykeman, you gotta go to Dykeman.
this intersection here?
No, go further. Just go to Dykeman, an intersection of Nagel.
So this is Dykeman, and this is Nagel.
He's got the pointer there. That's where the red dot is.
Yeah. This is the intersection.
No, it's not intersection. You need to go to further north on Nagel Avenue then.
Further north. So this is the north arrow direction.
If I can chime in, it seems like the question is, if you're on either Dykeman or Nagel, can you turn on Hillside Avenue, especially if you're going up that hill? Can you make a left-hand turn off of Nagel, or do you have a divider in the way that's a physical divider in the road?
There are medians here.
No.
No, that's not the question.
Just John, pretend you're on Dykeman, you're going eastward towards Dykeman Avenue, going to the FDR, right?
So if you're going, let's say you're going east or south, would be on the map. South on Dykeman.
Well,
so
no.
I think Isidro wants to know. Go ahead, Isidro.
Yeah, Dykeman goes east and west. Doesn't go.
But on the picture, it goes up and down.
Yeah.
But yeah, east and west. Yeah. So
the question is, I saw on our road that it points straight to go straight on Dykeman. So when you hit Nagel, you will not be able to make a right-hand turn going to Hillside Avenue.
I think it's pretty safe to say no.
No.
There's going to be a median. You'd have to go one way the wrong way in a lane of Nagel Avenue.
So my follow-up question, you also have on the same drawing on Dykeman that it might not be able to make a left-hand turn going to Hillside Avenue, correct?
You can't go to Hillside Avenue because it's one way into the intersection.
Yeah, Hillside goes one way down into Nagel, so you can't
So
turn
right now, currently, you know that drivers can make a left to go up to Hillside Avenue right now, right?
No, they can go up Fort George Hill. They can't go into Hillside.
Yeah, Hillside is one way going down towards Nagel.
Going to Fort George Hill, I apologize. Will that be the case still, where drivers can make a left-hand turn and go up to Fort George?
So if you're going up Nagel, right, going east of Nagel, you can take this right.
Coming, if you're driving westbound on Dykeman, can you make a left-hand turn to Fort George Hill?
So you're at Dykeman at the top of your slide, and now can you go up Fort George Hill from there? You got your pointer in the right spot. Yes.
Yeah. No.
No.
When you're going westbound on Dykeman, can you make a left-hand turn to go up to Fort George Hill?
That answer is going to be no too.
Okay, so listen, the problem that we have here is that all those traffic, if they want to go beyond, let's say 190th Street South, they all got to go to Broadway, and we do have a big problems where Broadway is the only one that's connecting the east and the south and the north of Manhattan and Inwood. So all the traffic that usually goes through Fort George Hill is now going to go through that through Broadway, and that is a big problem.
Yeah, I think currently as it is on Dykeman, you can make that left. If you're going north, if you look at the map, you can make that left. If you're coming south, I guess on the map, you can go right into it, or you can also make the right coming off of Nagel. So with this proposal, it would eliminate the other possibilities of going either north or making that left. Right, John? That's what we're trying to get some clarity on.
That's correct. I'm trying to look at this a little bit closer. If I can get back to you guys.
If I could just interject, I think some of those turns are already not allowed with the previous time they did it.
So currently, drivers can make a left. Going westbound on Dykeman, they can go up to Fort George Hill. They can.
Yeah, they can.
Okay, thank you for the information.
They can. Let me allow, while John looks for that, let me allow Sonia to get her comment, and then John maybe can give us some clarity.
Thank you. I agree with Isidro. Not being able to make a left there is a big issue. It's the only way to connect from that part of our District 12 area, right, to the upper part. So that would be an issue. My second concern is in regards to the bike lanes. I am totally for them. However, I question how they're being enforced. Sadly to say, on 182nd and Laurel Hill, the bike lane is totally ignored, and so many parking spaces were removed because of that bike lane, and yet bikers still continue to use the sidewalk, making it very dangerous for pedestrians as we walk through, as we walk and come and go on the sidewalk. So yeah, where's the follow-up on the usage of these bike lanes that we continue to create in the Heights?
Well, to answer some of your question here about the bike lane, there is this one in Dykeman Street, for example, that it's going to be protected by this pedestrian island here. So these are other kind of measures to kind of make sure that there is no, safety concerns. But a lot of these are going to be, or all these locations are going to be painted in green, so it's visible that, those are solely for bikes, and there should be no parking there, and just so that vehicles.
John, I understand what you're saying. On 182nd between Amsterdam and Laurel Hill, we have a bike lane that is not used by bikers. They're continuously using the sidewalk and making it very dangerous for pedestrians who use the sidewalk to walk, right, to get to one place to another. So my question is, how are the bike lanes going to be enforced so that bikers are on the bike lanes and pedestrians are on the sidewalks?
Sonia, let me stop you there, because John works on behalf of the construction manager, so they're implementing the design. He doesn't do enforcement, guys. Remember, it's an enforcement thing. So, and that goes beyond the scope of this presentation. I hear you, but we're gonna move on with the questioning, because that's not a question for John necessarily or DDC. It's more so public safety.
Okay, Leo, it stands before transportation.
No, I understand. All right. Let me give some of our public attendees a chance. Allegra. Go ahead, Allegra. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. 2 minutes for everything. Okay, so the bike lane
Yes.
here is different than it is in reality, but we didn't go through it. Like right now, like it goes from lanes on one side of on the north side of the street to like a lane on the north and a lane on the south side of the street on Dykeman. But that was not covered here. And it's like crazy to get through this intersection as a cyclist. I would also like to know, like, uh in the last 6 weeks, how many days has the bike lane been obstructed by snow? And if it's been obstructed by snow, how people who travel in that method are allowed to get around? Is there a plan to keep the bike lanes unobstructed? Um, I am so glad that they talk about PS5 quite a lot, but did you know that there is a 1,000 kids strong school like a block away called PSMS 278/18? And why no one talked about that? Like, I'm super happy like that they have something going underneath the one train tracks, but that's actually not the natural progression of people going from the Harlem River Greenway to points north. That is not going all the way to the one train. That is out of the way. They take the hypotenuse of the triangle. So why this wasn't discussed at all. I'd like to know more about the Fort George Hill. It is very difficult to get up there by bike. There are places that are washed out. It's obstructed by trash. I just wish there had been someone here that would talk about that method of transportation, people who travel around by bike. And yeah, did I cover it all in 2 minutes? Probably not. I might talk again later. Thanks.
You got 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. So yeah, like this is a really competitive hill to get up Fort George Hill by bike. It's really difficult to get into the nice Harlem River Greenway this way by bike. It's this transition underneath the one train by bike is horrible. Like you want to get run over, like this is where you would take your children to get like dead. So there was no discussion of that, no discussion of like places and like incidents like car versus person, car versus bike. Like there was no like mapper of like MV 104 ANs. So
Thank
I
you,
would like
Nicholas.
to know where this factors in.
That's the 2 minutes. Guys, again, this is a proposal. DDC and DOT have come to us. So with some type of plan so we can discuss, add our feedback, and they're gonna go back. Not set in stone. We're not attacking John or DDC brass. Let's give input.
Not attacking. I am just requesting evidence-based information. Thank you.
Thank you, Lego. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll allow Peter Reeves and then Brandon Tesh back to Ann, and then we'll wrap this one up. Peter? There you go, Peter. I'm sorry.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Okay. This train stop or intersection, I should say, is very familiar for me. I've been taking this since like second grade. So a very long time. I have gotten hit by a car almost 3 times since I guess 1999. I am really not sure what these improvements that are proposed are going to do to stop the rampant speeding that goes on. Like people shoot down Nagel, and I just don't see anything that's going to stop that on this proposal. So my question is like, what is actually going to be done here that will materially force cars to actually slow down? That's it.
So hi, this is Marlene from DDC. We will be jotting down these questions and we will certainly circle back with our sponsor agency DOT and be able to provide answers to those if it is included in this project or if it will be part of other efforts that they put into the community. Thank you.
Sorry, Brandon Tesh. I'm sorry, Dr. Melissa Vivino was on as well. Brandon, you have 2 minutes.
Hey, good evening. Thanks to the DDC for proposing this. My comment and question is just kind of this same intersection that we're talking about. I do bike down Fort George Hill, and that bike lane especially where it conflicts with the left turn from Dykeman Street onto Fort George Hill, is just like it's a death trap. If you're ever in that area, the bike lane empties out directly into that turn. At the same time, I also understand the need or the interest to maintain that left turn from Dykeman to Fort George Hill, just because if you're commuting up to this area or where I live up in on Wadsworth area, it's either Fort George Hill on the rare time that I take a car, or you're going up Amsterdam and the Trans Manhattan Expressway. So just would caution the DDC and the DOT to kind of keep working out this intersection for both safety and access. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Melissa Vivino, is it in reference to the DDC project? Hello? Okay. Go ahead, and then Jim, then we'll wrap it up.
Great. Thanks for this very thorough presentation. I just have a global question, observation. Is there any way of assessing the delta between how the current status accommodates handicap, what it will be like during construction, and what the end state will provide in terms of accessibility? And if something could be put together to address that, it would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure if studies have been done or by DOT regarding what you're asking. We can circle back and get some more information. During construction, we do maintain access to the streets. There are flaggers there in place as well to assist pedestrians in order to get from one side of the street to the other. So we do have those features in place. And as for what it will be afterwards, we can also get some more information from our designers as to what their plans will be at the completion of the project.
Thank you.
So, and your question, this is Naeem from New York City DDC. So your question is related to whether there will be more accessibility than what is there now. Is that the question?
What's the net effect of these changes in terms of accessibility? Yes.
So some of the things that will be done under this project is all pedestrian ramp will be upgraded to make sure it's ADA compliant. And then the signals, there will be APS, like there will be audible, accessible pedestrian signals. So certain things definitely will be improved. And in the pedestrian ramps, in some cases, they are missing the detectable warning units, things like that, those will be upgraded. So those type of action will be taken, definitely. And of course, during construction, certain ADA ramp and things like will be provided.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jim.
Thank you. I think my microphone is on. I just want to get back to what Isidro was talking about a while ago. Currently, and I looked at photographs of the intersection. This one we're right on the screen right now. Currently, you can, although it involves like a 270-degree turn or something, you can go from eastbound Dykeman Street up Fort George Hill. You sort of go into the middle of the intersection and then, go up. And apparently, as I understand it, that will no longer be possible. And that may, in fact, it probably will make the intersection slightly less crazy. But a lot of people, and I used to be one of them when I lived over there, get off the northbound Harlem River Drive and want to go up Fort George Hill. And they want to make the turn that you can currently do, and they won't be able to do it. And they're going to have to go through all sorts of contortions they'll probably have to get themselves, well, they could make a U-turn on Nagel Avenue north of there. Don't want them doing that, or south of there, or they can probably go around some block somewhere. But I would guess, and this is something, it's even conceivable that you could do with traffic monitoring, although it would be somewhat complicated. Again, I believe, again, because I was one of them for decades, that would go up to Harlem River Drive and then go east on Dyckman Street, and then again make this crazy turn of 270 degrees to go up Fort George Hill. And as people pointed out, that is still currently possible, but I believe with the design you're putting forth, it won't be possible. And the question is, how do we accommodate all these people? Now, it might be something as simple as rather obvious wayfinding signs, as you call them, to get to Dyckman Street, do this, this, and this. And probably we would want them, to get to Fort George Hill, we'd probably want them to go up that, further east on Dyckman Street and then go around some block or another, putting themselves on Nagel, either north or south of there, and then they can get into that intersection. But currently, there's really no convenient way of doing it. And again, it would be really good, and again, this may or may not be beyond your measuring equipment. The people who are of interest are the ones who currently are going east on Dyckman Street and then turning to go up Fort George Hill. And again, I believe there are a significant number of people. That's the only reason I'm making this fuss. And that may have been actually what was, driving the remarks that Isidro made. So we want to figure out, assuming they exist, and I'm pretty sure they do, how we can accommodate them. Because you don't want them driving to the middle of Dyckman, that intersection, and then stopping because they're confused. That will not help matters. So that is, I think, a real concern. Thank you.
Hey, Jim and Isidro, I did look into it. I didn't want to interrupt your talk, Jim, but I did look closer, and it's really busy intersection in terms of all the different vehicle movements. And I stand corrected. You will be able to go through. So if I mark this up, there's a lot of vehicle movements from Dyckman Street. I think the concern was here, Isidro's.
No, from the other direction on Dyckman Street. Going east on Dyckman Street. That's going up.
Going east on Dyckman Street.
No, go back to the other slide.
1 second.
Right, you're going up on Dyckman Street, and then you want to make that huge, crazy turn, and then go up Fort George Hill.
You're starting at the bottom of the slide.
Right, you're starting at the bottom of the slide on Dyckman Street, and then you're going to make this crazy left turn.
Oh, crazy left turn.
Mm-hmm.
John, I can show you after the meeting.
It's almost like a U-turn.
Yeah.
Will it be allowed or won't it be allowed? That's the question.
And right now you can't do it because you'd be going in the other lane, in the incoming lane.
Everybody does it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the vehicle traffic movements right now. I'm just trying to verify if that is going to be allowed.
And again, if it's not, what are these people going to do?
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, we'll bring the concern to DOT. I don't see that movement in here.
Yeah, we'll provide the comments. Go ahead, Isidro. We're going to wrap this one up.
And this is April. I think right now there's a sign saying truck cannot make that turn based on the street view.
Correct. Trucks cannot make that turn. And Leo, this will make
these aren't trucks.
Traffic a lot more complicated, man. It's going to be chaotic. Having all this traffic on Dyckman, and it's going to make the work of a PD and the fire department really, really difficult. And I think that this can put at risk a lot of our residents if there's an emergency. So this should be really reconsidered for drivers to make that turn on the left-hand side, like Jim
You're talking
said.
about this turn, right? Like this? in
Correct.
blue?
Yeah, correct.
Yep,
Yeah, I don't see it on the movements.
Yeah, that's exactly the turn I'm talking about. People do it now, and I think a lot of people do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like Isidro said, it's a major access point to get on from Inwood onto Washington Heights 190 in the area. So obviously it's proposed design. I think that we should discuss possibly having a resolution addressing these things. let me ask you a question, Marlene, or anybody from DOT, or that might be able to answer it. Should we just provide comments for the next? I know that you guys will come back when you have the actual design. So we just provide comments so that it can be considered to the new plan, or do you need a resolution?
So I'll defer to Naeem from our design team
we have a lot of support
as
at
far
the
as
moment.
the steps that would be necessary from the community board, but we certainly do look forward to receiving comments. I'll pass it to Naeem.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be anything formal, Leo. As long as you get the comments that you have, like you write it down, give it to us. And of course, the decisions will not be only made by DDC. We'll also have to do coordination with CDDOT. We'll meet with CDDOT and make a decision whether this is this will be it can be done, or whether, like, at least we'll definitely will review and we'll try to understand what the concerns are and resolve them. Yes.
Okay, that works great. All right, so
Yeah, if I can make a parliamentary comment, Leo.
Yes, Jim.
We're just a committee, and we, as Leo pointed out, we will be giving you comments, and you've heard some of them tonight, and we'll write them down for you and try to make them as clear as possible. It might serve us, and even though, the department doesn't need a resolution, it might be good if we put our comments in the form of a resolution, because that way, if we brought it to the full board to vote on it, they may generate some additional comments that we could add. I mean, that's the formal way of doing it at our end, but there's a reason for it, because that way they would get even more input. There may be, however wonderful our committee and its guests tonight are, members of the board and members who are, they may have additional comments. But this is something we could ponder.
All right, Jim. I'm wondering if we should take comments now, build a resolution, maybe invite DDC back later on before they finalize any of their plans, and then pass a formal resolution commemorating or actualizing it.
Well, the other thing, maybe we want someone from DOT as well, because DDC is telling us what they and probably DOT decided that ought to be done, and most of it looks very good. But it's basically DOT that decides on which way cars turn and don't turn. So we might want to actually talk to a representative of them about this very intersection also. In fact, it's unfortunate they didn't have someone here tonight.
I'm here, Jim. Just so you know.
You have any comments, Lyle, on this whole to-do?
We're gonna go back and reevaluate a couple of the comments that were made today. I know that how Fort George Hill is utilized now as a two-way. Just needs to clarify what the movements are going to be at this intersection in particular. But any other comments that you have in regards to the proposal, you can send to us, you can send to me or DDC for further evaluation. And in the meantime, we'll continue to have internal conversations between both agencies in order to clarify the proposal and to get back to any comments once they're received from you guys.
Right. I realize this is technically out of order, but remember, I've been around for a long time. You do not ever want cars going downhill on Fort George. That used to happen, and it was deadly.
Yeah.
So the reason it's one way uphill is because uphill cars go slower, among other things. And if you did the opposite, or God forbid, made it two-way, it would turn into a death hill. In fact, I think way back when, we sometimes used to call it that, because, so I just want to say that very strongly. I used to walk on that hill. I know this area, and so my feet know it. So you never want to make Fort George Hill downhill. No, period. End of discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, we've had some conversations. I remember in the past about this. So like I said, we'll go back and reevaluate and get some clarity and get back to you. But yeah, I understand everybody's concerns about the intersection, especially going downhill. But like I said, we'll be in touch.
All right, so we're gonna wrap it up. I think we'll take comments. I'll send my email. Maybe we can gather comments throughout the board, put something on the newsletter. I'll speak with Anthony to see what would you like to see on this project based on what was proposed, and then we'll send the comments back to DOT and DDC, allow them to work, and then come back to us if they're able to implement our feedback. All right, so thank you, John, Marlene, and Kristen. We appreciate you guys coming. When we hope to see you soon. You'll be receiving an email from me with these comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good night. All right. That took a little more time than I anticipated. All right. We're going to kind of, again, go around the agenda. But before we move on to another presentation from DOT, we're going to have this discussion on Zeta. I invited Zeta to our meeting with their intention. And Wayne, you can kind of piggyback since they went to your committee and we met with them. Zeta submitted intent for development on 181st. They went to Wayne's committee, land use committee, to have discussion because one of the lots in the 181st Street Broadway, one of the portion of the lot is zoned for something else. So they needed to come for comments and I guess any feedback from the community board. I attended the meeting as well as other committee members, and we had some very, very tough concerns about that area, especially with traffic safety. Zeta was nice enough to meet us on site. We had a lengthy conversation between Isidro, who is also the executive director of the Washington Heights of the bid on 181st. We had Wayne, chair of land use, Noemi, vice chair, myself, Lyle from DOT, Alberto Rodon from TA, Chris Tavares from NYPD, the 34th precinct, was gracious enough to join us. And we just had an ongoing discussion on the concerns we have in that area and what we anticipate due to past incidents with the school. Obviously, we don't judge the school within this location for past incidents, but it's very hard to move on with this conversation without input from the community. With that being said, I want to allow Zeta a few minutes to have a quick presentation on it, and then we'll have discussions between the committee, board members, public attendees, and the agencies, DOT and NYPD on as well. Is David, Jeremy, or anybody from Zeta on? I don't see them. And I know that the office forwarded the email because it was confirmed with me.
I see Jeremy Cozen. I believe that's him, Leo. It's one of the two folks from the law firm.
Let me promote him. Jeremy's on. Okay. Yeah, I think Jeremy might be the only one I'm not recognizing. Hey, Jeremy.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Jesse Ferguson should be on as well.
Jesse Ferguson. Let me give. All right. Yes, I see her. She's raising her hand. Sorry about that.
And Elizabeth as well. She might be under Liz.
Liz. Or is her last name Prever?
No. Jule is her last name.
Okay. Yeah, I do not see her.
And maybe Jason Diaz. Is Jason Diaz there?
He's here. Yes, let me promote him. I don't see Liz, but I'll continue to look for it. If you guys want to get started, we're a little behind, and I apologize.
Sure.
And Liz is listed as Liz Gladoon. It starts with a G, so you should see her under that name.
All right, Liz. Yep, I got her.
Great.
Hey.
Can
Floor is
I
yours.
share my screen, or do you want to share? Leo, is that okay? Okay.
Sorry, yes. Feel free to share your screen, Jeremy.
Okay. Can everyone see? Great. Thank you, Leo, for the introduction, and thank you to all the council, the community board members who met with us on Friday at the site. It was definitely a spirited conversation where I think a lot of points were raised and voices were heard, and we were, I think pleased with the result, and we can hope to continue to keep those lines of communication open as the school progresses through this entitlement process at the BSA, but also as the school, hopefully gets built in this location. So to put the application in context, the school looks to build a middle school and high school at the corner of West 181st Street and Broadway. In order to do that, I'll go to the next slide. You can see the site here. In order to do that, a BSA special permit. So a special permit from the Board of Standards and Appeals is required. And it's required because there are this site is located in 4 zoning districts, 4 separate zoning districts. 3 of the zoning districts permit a school as of right. So the school could go to the Department of Buildings and build a school here on 3 of the 4 quadrants of the site right now without having to get any approvals from the BSA or any other city agency or city agency with a discretionary approval jurisdiction. The issue is that the northeast corner is in a C83 district, and schools are not permitted as of right in a C83 district. This image on the screen actually is slightly distorted. The C83 district covers approximately 25%, maybe closer to 30% of the site. So essentially, the school can build as of right on 3/4 to 70% of the site. 73-133 is the zoning resolution section that pertains to the special permit. And for those who were at the Land Use Committee meeting last month, we walked through the various different findings that the BSA needs to make in order to approve the special permit. The first 3 findings are not necessarily applicable to traffic and transportation. They address questions about or concerns, policy concerns regarding the ability to find a adequate sized location elsewhere in the district. There are specific requirements with respect to noise buffering and sound attenuation. And then you have to be able to show that the school is located not more than 400 feet from the boundary of a district. That obviously doesn't apply here because 3/4 of the site are in a district where it's permitted as of right. However, the D finding, the 4th requirement, that the movement of traffic through the street on which the school is located can be controlled so as to protect children going to and from the school, does bear on traffic and transportation. And when we were at the Land Use Committee meeting last month, Leo and others suggested that we also present some of our information and analysis regarding traffic and the environmental assessment statements review of traffic, vehicular traffic and pedestrian movements around this intersection. So just to keep in mind, we're focused on this finding of movement of traffic through the street on which the school is located can be controlled so as to protect children going to and from the school. So Zeta, who some of you have experience with, operates in various different parts of the city. The program that is proposed for this site at the corner of 181st Street and Broadway would be an approximately 1,050 student middle and high school, grades 6 through 12. Students for this school are accepted through a random lottery with an admissions preference for students that live within this school district, District 6. Zeta does not offer any busing for middle or high school students. Just want to state that there is no intent for there to be any busing except in limited circumstances where there is a student who has a particular IEP for busing to be associated with this school. Middle and high school students, as they do elsewhere in the city, will primarily walk or take public transit to and from the school. From a arrival and dismissal time, because I know that is very important to members of this committee, as it should be, and as it was for the land use committee members, arrival and dismissal times vary, but generally speaking, and for the purposes of the environmental analysis that accompanied this application, we assume arrival time is between 7:20 and 8 a.m. for all students, and that departure can be staggered depending on after-school activities. But generally speaking, it's between 3:55 and 5 p.m. on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, and 2:15 to 5 p.m. on Wednesday and Thursday. So one of the positive attributes of this location is its proximity to transit. The site is located 2 blocks to the east of the A train 181st Street station, and also 2 blocks to the west of the 1 train station. And there are also numerous north and south and east and west bus routes that come through this neighborhood. So in terms of a high school where most students, or a middle school and high school where most students arrive via public transit, this is a wonderful location because it's easily accessible and students don't need to travel far from those transit opportunities to get to the school. And I'll just go back for 1 second if I can, let me figure out how to do that. So let me just go back to the first slide for 1 sec. Oops, sorry. So you can see here on the left-hand side of the image is 181st Street, and on the right side is Broadway. The architects working with Zeta have proposed to locate the entrance to the school on Broadway. And I bring that up because of this slide here, which speaks to the existing parking regulations that are along Broadway in front of the site. On the west side of Broadway, currently, there is signage that says no parking anytime and truck loading only Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And as we saw on the site, at the site visit the other day, there are cars parked there without any ticketing observed by any of us, and Zeta has observed the same. But this area would experience no loss of commercial loading capacity or no loss in legal parking spaces by having the school's entrance on this side. And the DOE requires that school frontages have certain areas that are open so that you can have various different, for a variety of reasons, which I'm not exactly sure of, so I will move forward from that point. But the point here is that currently along Broadway, you are not legally allowed to park, and that the specific limitation is that this frontage is used for truck loading only during school days, essentially Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So the environmental assessment statement, as part of the transportation section, had to evaluate various different pedestrian elements in the area. And this is based on based on the city's criteria, students come from, and where they're going to both come from just from a neighborhood standpoint, but also from the transit and also just if they walk only. Right. So some people will, so the environmental assessment needs to account for students who leave their home and walk to the school, but it also needs to account for students who take a train, get off the train, and then walk. You need to account for both of those types of students who are walking. And the environmental assessment analyzed traffic patterns for each zip code from where these students were coming from, whether they're assumed to come via auto which includes Uber and taxi, transit, subway or bus, or walk. And as I mentioned before, except for limited circumstances, there will be no formal school busing here, which I know members of the community have specific thoughts about with respect to the Zeta's existing elementary school at 218th Street. The environmental assessment, based on, as I said, the city's criteria and based on the information provided from Zeta, based on what they anticipate the student population to be, assumes 74% of students would rely on transit, approximately 4% of the students would rely on automobile, and about 22% of the students would walk. And this reflects both the fact that there is the student population entrance into this school is via lottery, but there is preference given to members of this school district. So we do believe a lot of the students will come from the surrounding area or will be arriving via a train or a bus that comes from a portion of this neighborhood or a neighboring neighborhood, and therefore their commute won't be fairly significant. The transportation analysis findings, which are in the environmental assessment statement, concluded that the proposed project would not result in a significant adverse transportation impact. From a traffic and subway standpoint, because of the low number of cars that are going to be added when you compare the existing, the no action condition to the with action condition, or the existing condition for that matter, traffic was not something that was analyzed because there are not that many new cars as a result of this project. Subway, because of how many trains there are and how robust the subway system is, also the amount of students who are going to be, and teachers who are going to be traveling via subway would have a marginal effect on the number of, the crowded nature of whether it's a subway line or a train itself, or the stairs and other vertical circulation elements associated with the subway stations. We did have to, because of various criteria, analyze 2 different bus routes, BX3 and BX36, as well as 13 different pedestrian elements in the surrounding streets. And if I go back 1 sec to this slide, you can see the elements that were studied. So there were certain corners that were studied, which you're trying to avoid platooning and making sure people don't all congregate at one corner. Crosswalks to make sure that people have enough time to make it across the street, and then sidewalks so that you're trying to avoid excessive crowding along certain sidewalks. And the existing conditions with respect to the sidewalks, crosswalks, and corners, all currently that we were required to study in the surrounding area, all operate at acceptable levels of service. And with the project, they would continue to operate at acceptable levels of service. And that's pursuant to the city's seeker criteria. With respect to the buses, the capacity on these bus routes, which we were required to study, will remain sufficient to meet the needs of the project in both directions. So from a seeker environmental assessment standpoint, we did the necessary analyses, including the detailed analyses where appropriate, and concluded that the proposed project would not result in a significant adverse impact. As is typical with school projects, including those that require BSA special permits, there will need to be certain improvements to ensure ensure student safety. At Broadway and West 181st Street, and as I'll show on the next slide, and actually it's probably best to look at it this way, there are certain proposed signage changes that can be implemented and are proposed to be implemented that will allow for enhanced school safety for the students. So, for example, signage that indicates that there's a school crosswalk ahead, signage that limits standing in front of the school on both frontages, from school days 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., as well as other ADA compliant pedestrian ramps that will allow for ease of access to the sidewalks surrounding the school. So there are various different proposed safety measures that the school has included in its environmental review as well as its BSA application. And those will be reviewed by DOT in connection with the BSA and the applicant to ensure that that finding that I mentioned early on is met. There are existing other, as you can see in black here, there are existing school speed limits on various surrounding streets and existing signage due to the fact that there are other schools in the neighborhood. And with that, I think I've walked through the traffic and transportation elements of this project. We are happy to hear comments, take questions. Leo, I yield to you to determine how you want to proceed. As I mentioned, we went to the Land Use Committee last month. We had a site visit with certain members a couple days on Friday. We're here because we wanted to go over the traffic and transportation elements of this project, and we look forward to continuing the open dialogue with both committees and the community board as a whole. So, Leo, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jeremy, and I do appreciate that you guys were able to indulge us and meet us on the site. I think it was effective. You guys got to see where we stand, and again, when I say we, I speak on behalf of the people who met with you, not necessarily the community or the committee or community board members. I'll give my spiel, and then I'm gonna give the opportunity to Commanding Officer John Porter-Ladin from the 34th and Christopher Tavares, the NCO from the 34th. They've been patiently waiting for the last hour and a half, and they have work. So but before I let them have a chance to give their feedback and commenting, I reviewed the plans. I remember you guys mentioned on site that you guys would not be removing parking. Installing those no standing signage from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. will remove parking during that time. As you know, if it's there, it has to be enforced, and that means nobody can park there. So you're well aware, and you saw it's a busy corridor. There's a lot of commercial businesses in that area, and Isidro will obviously attest to it. So I think it's a concern right there between Bennett and Broadway and 181st. It's about 8 spots. The other concern I have is that the lack of consideration of the street landscape based on your plans. It doesn't really define our streets. And I would like to see numbers because, yes, although junior high school and high school students do travel alone, there's still students that travel with parents or need to be picked up and dropped off. How many students currently in Zeta's 5th grade class that are projected to go to the 6th grade class use IEP? It's the numbers we should know. How many students are dropped off from that class, right? It can be that majority of those students are the ones that do need to drop out. So I understand, I appreciate, Jeremy, the presentation, but I still have my queries. But before we have the ongoing discussion, Commanding Officer John Porter-Ladin and Chris, the floor is yours. Can't hear you, officer. Commanding Officer. Let me see.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Jeremy, thank you for taking out the time to come and give us a presentation to the community. I've been the commanding officer for the 34th precinct for about 13 months now. This is a great community. It's a well-tight community. My stance, and this is, I'm speaking for the NYPD, that we support anything to do with children's education. All right, so I want that to be very clear. It doesn't matter to me if this gets approved or it doesn't get approved, or if it's already approved. When this building gets built, the NYPD will do everything we can to protect the children and this community. There's a few things I'm just worried about, and I'm trying to get ahead of it before this goes into a place. Now, Jeremy mentioned about parking. he gave us a breakdown of 4% of kids will be using the auto. Now we're expecting anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 kids there. If you do the math, it's 42 extra cars coming in on a daily basis during arrival and dismissal. Now, 42 extra cars don't sound like a lot, but when you're dropping off kids, and I've been doing this for 25 years, parents are going to drop the kids off and stop, double park, and let the kids drop off. This is roughly anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes on a daily basis. Now, we look at the traffic on Broadway, that's going to be even more of a disaster. All right. Now, we have people trying to get to work. We're going to have Broadway incidents. People start fighting. We're trying to avoid that. So, we're obviously, NYPD will try to have the best to have the traffic team there to regulate any traffic issues, to keep the traffic moving. But we will use enforcement if people are double park and just taking forever to drop off kids or picking up kids and causing a congestion to the community. All right. The next thing is we have the MTA. The MTA use Broadway consistently. People will get ticketed if they'll double park for more than 10 to 15 minutes, and then the second bus catches them. So then you got people from the community who are just trying to get to work, they're stuck behind a double park car, they're going to get a ticket. The parents are going to get a ticket. They're going to be upset because they just want to pick up the child. And then they're going to get a summons in regards to that. These are issues that I have dealt with in the past, and it's really nobody's fault. It's just the traffic is so congested in Manhattan that this is issues that are going to come up. Jeremy's mentioned that 22% of the kids will be walking. Now, in the past year, in 2025, and just the 1 block radius of 181 in Broadway, I took 91 car accidents. Out of those 91 car accidents, 20 people were injured. Now we're going to increase that by 22% of people walking. I'm worried about the children's safety. You always got some guy running late for me. He might try to beat the red light, the yellow, trying to beat the light before it turns red, and God forbid clips the kid. We don't want anybody getting hurt, especially children. All right. Now, Jeremy mentioned 74% will be taking transit. All right. When you have that much of an influx of people on the transit, crime is going to go up, even if it's not intentional. Maybe the kids saw something of an opportunity, or you see the homeless people or just a bad person try to take advantage of a child walking to school by himself. So this is going to take resources from the precinct, and we're going to have to guard the transit train station with more personnel and put more officers on the walkway to make sure these kids are safe and the community is safe. All right. So these are all issues that are brought up, and I'm just trying to get ahead of it. Again, the NYPD is not against the school. We are pro education and the children, but we just got to do it in a safely manner. And that is the goal of my presentation. I want everybody to understand that I want to be able to protect the kids and the community at the same time. And right now, just by the design that we have, it's going to drain a lot of resources from this precinct, from other areas of the community. So that's what I'm just trying to bring up. The most pressing matter is car accidents, especially with the kids walking. Because, hey, listen, on a Friday night, kids like to joke around. They're going to be running in and out of the street, playing tag or just messing around with their friends. That's something that we have to do a better job of doing. And I would like some way if we could just have a drop-off area and pickup area off Broadway further down 181 Street where it doesn't affect the traffic condition as much. And based on these plans, there's really no drop-off pickup area. And I'm worried about that. Maybe Jeremy, if you could bring that back to Zeta and see, hey, or when you have a meeting with Department of Traffic, see if there's a way we could just have a drop-off location where the kids could be safe for those 42 extra cars that we expect coming in, or something like that in that nature. But that's all I have. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be on for the rest of this presentation if anybody has any quick questions that Leo allows to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Commanding Officer. Jeremy, you want to take a second to comment, then we'll go through the committee, board members, and public attendees. Go ahead, Jeremy.
we very much appreciate the comments. Some of which we've heard from other members of the community and other members of this community board. I think, one thing to just keep in mind when it comes to the school and some of the points that were just made, the school can be developed here. 75% of the site can be developed with a school, regardless of whether or not the BSA approves or disapproves this application. So I understand the need to discuss the resources that need to be expended, given that this might be a school. I just would let the members of this committee know that that's kind of neither here nor there because of the fact that the school in general can be built here without further approval. The difference between having the approval versus not having the approval is so that the school can have amenities and certain aspects of the school that are reflective of a state-of-the-art education, a full gymnasium, a full theater, a black box theater, a auditorium with over 300 seats, STEM spaces and other types of laboratories and classrooms above. So the school can be built here in a more constrained fashion without some of these wonderful things, or it can be built on the full totality of the site. The issues that the NYPD have are very valid. I agree that there are challenges with respect to resources. There are challenges when you have more bodies on the sidewalks and in the surrounding area, and high school kids are not the easiest to deal with. Those are all very valid concerns, and I think the school will continue to work with the NYPD to make sure that from an operational standpoint, those resources are not expended in vain, and that the school will assist to the greatest extent possible to make sure that some of these issues are dealt with in a timely fashion.
Jeremy, I just want to advise. I understand that Zeta intends on going through with the development, but I want you guys, and this is the problem we have with 218th, it's the attitude of not wanting to work closely with the community and hear our concerns. Yes, you're here, you showed up, but we all have very, very, very deep concerns regarding safety, not only safety or traffic safety for our area, but also for the kids in the school. So I want you to take that and understand that, yes, we know that Zeta can still go and intends on still building, quite frankly. But without the support of the community or partnering the community, which Zeta has done in the past, which, again, I highlight those issues on 218th Street, we're kind of going back in a circle where we, and this is the reason we have in this meeting, feel that it's an ongoing thing from Zeta. Let me let Jim Berlin from the committee, Daryl, and Noemi. Actually, Noemi, sorry, ladies first. Jim Berlin, then Daryl. Go ahead, Noemi.
Thank you. I have a whole bunch of unrelated, well, they're not unrelated, but you'll see there. To begin with, and I want to second Leo because it almost sounds like you're being combative with us, and that's not our style, and we don't appreciate it with others. If you don't get the zoning, the variance or whatever it is, you can build 3/4 of your school, and it'll be shaped like an L. And this is not what you want to do, and it would probably be a disservice to the students in your school, the faculty. I was a teacher, and the community, because if you're going to build a school, we want the best school possible. So that's one piece. Another piece, and I'm so glad we had an opportunity to hear from our police commander, because I think he brings up many of the points that we, and I was born in this community, we are concerned about. Now it turns out, and it actually works in your favor, just north of you is the 34th Precinct building. And because of the way they operate their self-enforcement zone, de facto, there are only 2 traffic lanes on Broadway, because to accommodate all of the vehicles that need to park near the precinct, there's angle parking on both sides of the street, which narrows the lanes that the traffic has. So that actually on some level lowers the standard for the traffic flow. So I wanted to mention that. I totally agree with the commander in two aspects. Number one, insofar as vehicles will be bringing children to school, and there are the smaller school buses that will bring children with disabilities or students with disabilities. Let's not call them children because they're high school kids. They will be involved. There may be some parents who feel that they need to drive their youngsters also. And I believe you're already going to have no standing in front of the building, which means that could be a drop-off point. But I think, the commander is correct that, and if there were a somewhat more distant drop-off point, that might help with the traffic on Broadway. And speaking of Broadway, it turns out if you look at a map of northern Manhattan, there's exactly one street that goes all the way north and south through Manhattan. Every street to the north, to the east and west of Broadway, they all terminate at the top of a mountain somewhere. And Broadway is the only one that goes through. So, and I mentioned this because you met me at the land use committee too. Broadway is a critical street, and we cannot afford, for a variety of reasons, including public safety, to have it interfered with. And again, I would imagine you're committed to not doing that too, because the more orderly things are, and which also includes students walking on the sidewalks, the safer it is for everyone. So, and there was originally a school proposed in the building that's already at Amsterdam Avenue and 181st Street, and they were going to have remote drop-off points because there are, basically most of 181st Street is a bus lane thing. So there's a lot of bus traffic and stuff. So I totally agree with the commander on that. The other thing I found really odd, I'm almost done, is you mentioned two bus lines, and they're basically, of all the buses that travel up and down Broadway, they're two rather obscure ones. The two main buses that you didn't study that go up and down Broadway are the BX7 and the M100. And we haven't heard a peep about them. And why you were asked to study these more obscure lines is beyond me. But the input from, that bus traffic input that is probably weak. It's probably not representative. And let me also mention, because I tried reading the EAS, that document apparently was put together to make it impossible to read. The table of contents doesn't give page numbers, it gives sections. And when you go through the document, you see page numbers. So navigating the document, it's almost like, we dare you to try. And I tried, so I'm not thrilled with that either. But I think the bottom line, and I'm always happy to, that we and our police who help us in this community enormously, doing all sorts of wonderful things. I'm so happy that we all agree on this. The key is congestion, and more than anything else, I mean, we can't have traffic congestion, vehicular congestion on Broadway because it's so vital. But the other piece, and the commander alluded to it, is pedestrian congestion when the kids come to school and particularly when they leave. Because a lot of kids will either be walking west to the A train station, hundreds of kids marching down the sidewalk together, assuming ideally they stay on the sidewalk. And I've dealt with high school kids. Every now they're real mature until nobody's looking, and then they turn into idiots. I mean, just how kids are. And the same thing going east to the 1 train entrance. These sidewalks are not particularly wide, and so, as the commander pointed out, and I'm so glad that we have these official eyes looking as well. This pedestrian congestion on the sidewalks of the students coming and going to the school, that's something that will have to be dealt with. You may even have to have, some staff members doing outreach on the sidewalks just to keep the kids moving. Because 181st Street is also a major commercial district in our in our district, using the word twice. And these businesses, there are dozens upon dozens of them. They cannot have their business disrupted by, and again, it may be that your kids are angels, but they're still kids. So those are the main points. I think, and then I'll finish. The fact
Jim,
that
yeah, we
so
gotta
many
speed
different
up, Jim.
aspects of the community agree on these issues, including, the police, is very significant. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna do Noemi, Daryl, Bruce, Fred, then we'll allow Sonia, Isidro, and so forth.
Hi, thank you. I'm gonna yield my time to Carolyn Jose. She's our parent leader. She is our co-president for the CC, and she's
Noemi,
also
I'm so
president.
sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We're gonna allow her for the public commentary.
Okay,
Let's
all
take
right.
the committee first, so she'll
All
get
right.
an opportunity.
No problem. So then I'll yield my time since we're running against time. So
Okay,
continue.
thank you. Daryl.
Yeah, thank you. I had a bunch of questions. Sorry. Just tell me if you need to cut me off. That's fine. I'm just looking at the graphic where the entrance is. It seems like it's very close to the north side. And the graphic also seems, I don't know if you want to pull it back up. The graphic seems very wrong in a certain section because it looks like there's an intersection on the north side of the school, and there's not. Next to the proposed school would be a gas station, and then there's the police precinct, and then the first street that goes west is 184th Street. So if there is some sort of drop off, I'm curious what the plan is, since the entrance is already proposed on the north side of that building. It could only leave room for like 2 or 3 cars before it gets in front of the gas station. So I'm just curious what the plan is for that. Also, I'm curious, you said you cannot develop on that 1/4 of the land because of the zoning. Is it because it's right next to the gas station? And if so, how close would the side of the proposed building be to the gas station? I know that there are plenty of studies that show, if a school is next to a gas station, it really ups the risk for various conditions, leukemias, cancers, and whatnot. So can you please address that? And then, also, you're proposing to put this right smack in the middle of between a Chick-fil-A, a McDonald's, a KFC, a Chipotle, like that's all around there. The kids might like it, I get it, but I don't think that's really good for their ultimate health. And also, I was wondering if the school has a plan for the community and what the building would look like being open to community events, etc. So, thank you.
Jesse or Jeremy.
Sure. I didn't know if you wanted me to go
Yeah,
back
I'm
and
sorry.
forth. Yeah. In terms of the presentation and that slide, I can bring it back up if just bear with me for a second. Okay. So
and I will say one other thing. I should have led with this. Of all the board members, I'm probably live closest to this proposed school. I'm just a block and a half to the west.
So a couple points, I'll try to address them all. So to the extent that it looks like there's an intersection here, that's not the case. It's a rendered image or drawing that reflects the curb cut for the gas station. We recognize that the street does not, it ends at Broadway over here on West 182nd Street. With respect to the comments about the health of the students, I'm just a land use attorney. I do agree with you about what our children are eating and their proximity to other potential hazards in the city. Those are valid concerns, and I don't really think the school or my role is to comment on that, but point taken. In terms of the parking spaces, we can get you an answer as to how many spaces or what the distance is, between the proposed entrance and the edge of the property line, on the northern side of the western side of Broadway at the northern edge of the property. So we can get you that information and let you know. The one thing I would just also note about this, the one piece that is in the C83 district at the northeast corner of the site, there are uses that are permitted within that district that are accessory or ancillary, I'm using that term colloquially, to the school. So for example, administrative offices associated with the school could be located there and, as of right. So I don't know if it was Jim or Bruce who mentioned the L-shaped nature of the school in a different scenario, but I don't know if that's necessarily how the school would look and how the built envelope of the building would look if this approval was denied, or if there was a denial here. In terms of parking and the remote drop-off and possible consideration of drop-off along 181st Street, I think those are all valid conditions or comments that that are well within the bounds of what this committee, as well as the land use committee, can take into account. I think while I do agree that environmental review and the environmental assessment statement can very quickly confuse and one can get into the weeds very quickly, especially with a technical area like transportation. If you do read the transportation section, I'm hoping two things can be gleaned that I would like to just clarify. First, with respect to the two bus routes that were selected, we didn't make that selection. The city's guidance dictates what bus routes you have to look at. So we looked at all the bus routes, some of them screened out based on their existing capacity, and then two of them required further analysis. Those are the two that I brought up on that chart. So just to explain why those two out of all of them were picked, we didn't choose that. Now the guidelines basically forced us to choose that. Second, with respect to 181st Street, in terms of removing parking, there is and I think this is evident in the application materials, there will be spaces along 181st Street that that I believe there is that are not necessarily right at the entrance and not on Broadway, but that could be evaluated as, I wouldn't call it remote, but drop off and pick up for the very small portion of people that will utilize that option. Again, we from a analysis standpoint, we assume that to be a little under 4%. And I believe, the majority based on our analysis, the majority will come from other means, but looking at 181st Street for some sort of specific treatment or a remote drop-off option, I think are valid considerations.
Thank you, Jeremy. In essence of time, Noemi, we're gonna give people a minute. It's almost 9 o'clock. We still have a presentation to go and a
Leo,
lengthy discussion of either. Yes.
I'm just sorry for the end of my comments. I was just wondering if there are any people here from the public who are from the building directly to the west of this, that'll be like literally facing into the backside of the building.
The backside. So one recommendation I gave Jeremy and the Zeta Brass was to do extensive outreach of that area. I don't think you guys have talked to all the stakeholders and partners. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I can guarantee over 90% of people won't be in agreement with this development or school. Again, as the office said, as my colleagues have said, we support education in our community. It is the future. We promote it and we will stick by it. But we also gotta be smart and care about the children's safety. It's just not a good area. But with that being said, Daryl, we don't have anybody from the public unless you can point someone out from that building. We do hope that Zeta continues this ongoing conversation with us. And we again recommend you go and do extensive outreach. There's schools in that area. There's a charter school diagonal from you, adjacent from you. So businesses, residencies, you name it. There's a drug center about a block, 2 blocks, 2.5, 3 blocks away with On Point. But that being said, let me allow Sonia, Fred, and Isidro a minute each, and I'm very sorry. I usually allow conversation, but
Leo, you have the toughest issue in our community. So I commend you on that one. Kudos to you. My question is it's the same concern that was previously stated, that school would be way too close to a gas station, and the environmental aspects of that issue are huge. And it's something that I think should be studied before a school is created there. And I'm an educator, a licensed educator for the past 30 years in New York. So yeah, I would not want to work there. A second issue is teachers have access to parking spaces right in front of the school. Has that been considered? Because if you're talking about a school with over 1,000 students, you're talking about lots of educators and administrators that will need to have that parking right in front of the school or adjacent to it. So that's a big concern. Also, I am in agreement with the previous statement that major bus issues such as the 11, the 13, the 35, the 4, the 103 are not being considered. Just 2 are being considered, and they're, even though it was stated, Jeremy stated that those were the 2 major ones. This is, this is a hotspot for buses, right, for MTA. So I think more need to be considered on that aspect. And lastly, as a resident of this community for the past 63 years, I think that is not the appropriate place for a school. So thank you, Leo.
Thank you, Sonia. We appreciate your comments. Jesse. Jeremy.
Jeremy, yeah, if you wanna take it
Sure.
on.
I can, again, the bus lines that were reviewed are based on criteria that are not based on which is a major bus line versus a minor bus line. These are the bus lines that tripped certain thresholds that required a more detailed analysis. We studied all the bus lines in accordance with the city's environmental review guidelines. 2 of them, based on certain criteria, tripped a threshold that required further analysis. That's the gist of why those 2 were selected. With respect to the gas station next door, the environmental review includes a hazardous materials section that goes into the site's existing condition. A phase 1 was completed, as well as a phase 2. The school will continue to work with the various different city agencies as required under the law to make sure that when it digs into the ground, all procedures are met, and that if any contamination is encountered, that it's dealt with in accordance with the law. There are gas stations around the city, and I do understand your concern that it's not the greatest to live or work or go to school next to a gas station. That said, and I'm not trying to be combative when I say this, the zoning allows for a school to be here for 75% of the property. So I think your concern is valid. I think, that is just how the zoning lays out for the city in this location. That's all.
Jeremy, I think when they highlight the gas station, it's more so not necessarily that you guys can't build. We know they could build, but as concerning members of this community, we just don't think that's the right place for students. Regardless if you're allowed to or not, that's obviously you are. But as a person, especially with Zeta's mission that you guys care for students, I don't think it's safe, but to each their own. Isidro, then Fred, and then we'll jump over to a public attendance, and then we'll move on from this topic.
Thank you, Leon. So besides Darrow, I think I live second closest. I live 3 blocks away, but I work 2 blocks away. Thank you, Jeremy, for the presentation. The bid supports this type of engagement in the sense that can bring more resources to the bid. However, we have seen that when the bid loses 1 parking spot, you will have a massive exodus of small businesses going away from our community. We already have the bus wave that has taken away many parking spots. And as such, we have seen a lot of small businesses closing down. I don't appreciate the lack of sincerity when we stated that we were not going to lose parking spot, but yet you present a lot of new areas where parking are going to be lost to no standing signs. We also see that based on your presentation, you have 74% of students that are going to use public transportation. You have 4% of students that will rely on automobile. That's not counting the staff, and that's not counting the teachers. We believe that this will be overwhelmed by new traffic that will definitely pollute the community in a community that's already polluted. We tend to guard the community. The fact that you have a school that is going to bring in, as the CEO calculated, many thousands of new rides coming in, is going to make Broadway a nightmare, where it can put our residents in danger because PD, the fire department, and EMS will not be able to traverse Broadway if there's an emergency when the kids are out. Again, we support education, so much so that we have already, I believe, a high density of schools already in the area. On 182nd alone, you have about 6 to 7 different schools. And what will be different about Zeta that is not something that we already have in the community? 182nd sometimes gets closed down for traffic to go westbound. And if Zeta comes, it's going to be more chaotic for our community, thus creating more pollution. This is a big problem for the community, and the lack of parking that we will have if this is approved is going to create havoc and a huge exodus of small businesses leaving the community, but thus attracting the national retailers that oftentimes take the living of our small merchants that have worked so hard to get their businesses started. So that's just my point. I hope you can answer some of my concerns.
Yeah, I think your concerns are heard, and I think that Zeta has every intent of being a participating member in the community. I can turn it over to Jesse Ferguson from Zeta, who can speak to what makes Zeta different as a school versus other schools in the community. I recognize this group's concerns about the congested nature of the surrounding streets. And I think, as I've stated before, the school as proposed does not, based on our analyses and based on the school's operations, will not result in a significant, or even, significant is a relative term, but from a empirical factual statement standpoint, not that many new cars coming to this site. I think that's, I understand how the bid and others would like to see commercial uses. We think that the school will add a lot more vibrancy to this vacant corner, which currently just is behind a fence and has nothing built on it. And I think, if you'd like to hear from Zeta speaking to what makes this school different, we're more than we're more than happy to, you know, so.
Not only that, Jeremy, is how I see this as a lack of transparency on the fact that you have mentioned a lot of times that parking spots are not going to be taken away, but yet we have thousands of rides that are going to come in on a weekly basis, and to say that the parking spots are not going to be gravely affected, I think is far-fetched. And I do question the sincerity of this topic because, again, you yourself have highlighted areas that are going to be affected with parking spots. And to say that it's not going to be affected, for me, is really a big issue that you might not be or don't want to address.
Yeah, we sent the presentation to Leo. We're more than happy to show the slide again. I know in the interest of time, we're trying to have everyone be able to speak, but I will repeat that on Broadway currently, the signage is either no parking or it's truck loading only 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That has not deterred individuals from parking their cars there, but that is something that is illegal. And we, as a school, when we come in there and change the signage such that it is no parking or no standing during school hours, that's not, you know, there might actually be an issue with the removal of the people parking, but they're parking there illegally. So they shouldn't be there in the first place. So
I want to add to the plan, Jeremy, and it's in the one of the previous slides. Going on 181st Street between Bennett and Broadway, you're taking about 137 feet parking with the no standing from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Although people are gonna do people things, I'm not disagreeing with you. Technically, you're not supposed to park at those locations during school hours. So if the signage goes up from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., you cannot park there during school hours. Lyle is on this meeting, so Lyle can attest. DOT posts those signs there, and it's not necessarily for teacher parking, which is a huge issue at 218th Street. And we obviously know that teachers are gonna commute. Most teachers commute out of our district. The numbers are staggering, and OMI could get us that or can preach that, but you will be removing parking spaces during a certain point of the day. It's just the truth. And you see what it says for transparency purposes, then it's okay. The conversation will be going on. You are going to remove at least between 181st, between Broadway and Bennett, which is part of the commercial corridor.
Right. So, you know, I'm hearing things on the one hand, you know, a desire from some to have, drop off and pick up be on 181st Street or have it be remote. With respect, you know, so there's that, but then there's also consideration of the loss of parking spaces as well. So there's a balance here. I think it's something that we can continue to discuss and continue that dialogue in terms of, you know, where, if required, a pickup and drop off should be located if needed. I would also just note that, you know, when it comes to, you know, transparency, we showed we showed an image of what the signage is. I'm not trying to hide anything about what the signage is on Broadway. And we were there on Friday and there are people parking there.
I think it's just because your response continually said, we're not going to take parking. The reality is you are, regardless of what people are doing legally, illegally.
Yes.
They're installing those signage, will remove parking from the community.
I agree with that statement.
I appreciate it, man.
And
hold on, we have Fred Sofa, and then we're gonna jump to public attendees. Go ahead, Fred. You have a minute. I'm sorry, Fred. I'll usually give you more time. But
No problem. Hey, Jeremy, if you could throw that first graphic up again with the building rendering.
Sure. Give me 1 second.
I'm just going to start with a summary. And the summary basically is that that rendering is basically a fantasy, because those of us that know the situation know that there's cars parked in every available parking spot 24/7, 365. The street doesn't look like that. Neither Broadway nor 181 look like that. And so people have suggested this is not the best place to build a school. And I can understand some of that from a standpoint of driving, parking, and drop-off. And I think that what you really need at this point, because I know this is a multi-million-dollar project, is to hire a transportation firm like whatever Sam Schwartz turned it into, and have somebody do a real transportation study. Because right now you're presenting a fantasy of what it's going to be, and we all know what it's going to be, and that is a mess.
Thank you,
And
Fred. And I agree. If you look at the renderings, that's not the geographical
not real.
map to yeah. It's 181st
real.
extends
Not
forever.
real.
Apparently. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Let me move on to Carolina Jose, who's been patiently waiting, and I'm very sorry. Carolina, you have a minute. Sorry for the time.
No worries. I'm just going to go right into it. Good evening. My name is Caroline Jose. I'm a proud parent and alumni of District 6, is where we're trying to put this project, serving as the Vice President of the District 6 DEC and President of the D6 President's Council. I want to be clear. I do not support moving forward with this proposed charter school or this charter school site at 181st and Broadway. District 6 is already managing enrollment shifts, resource strain, and traffic pressures across our existing public schools. Adding another school at one of the most heavily trafficked corridors in Upper Manhattan would intensify congestion and safety risks in an area that already connects to major highway traffic serving the Bronx and New Jersey. We have seen bus stops removed and routes rerouted. Families are reporting congestion during school hours, and whether or not bus services offered by the applicant increase pedestrian and private vehicle traffic is inevitable. The fact that these measures are being proposed indicates an acknowledgement that school-related pedestrian and curb activity will increase. Under the zoning resolution of 73133, the board must determine that traffic movement can be controlled to protect children going to and from the school. Based on the current conditions and the cumulative impact on surrounding schools and infrastructure, I don't believe that standard has been met. Our community should not have to absorb additional strain without clear evidence that safety, capacity, and neighborhood stability will be protected. Our community deserves thoughtful planning, not rushed decisions. As a parent and an alumni of this district, I'm asking that this application not move forward. Thank you for the time.
Leo, you're muted.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm sorry for saying Carolina, but thank you.
No worries.
Unmuted. Does that mean Allegra is next?
Yes, Allegra and then Peter Reeves.
Oh, thank you so much, Leo. Hello there, Allegra Legrand. I have questions. To start, Zeta Charter School, that's on like 219th and 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue, wherever, in the upper right corner of Inwood. They have chronic problems with their traffic, and it is so extreme that MTA, the Kingsridge Bus Depot, has reported that Zeta alone is responsible for chronic late arrivals of all buses who are stationed there. I am therefore incredulous that there should be only 4% of people arriving at the high school by car. I would like to know the statistics for the children attending this school. I am shocked and appalled that there is no call for Community School District 6 statistics for enrollment. There is declining enrollment, in fact, in middle school by 20% in this district. I didn't see any of that. I would like to know more of why we are having more charter schools in our district when we have such drastically declining enrollment. And I don't know what background music is coming on board, but I would like to have more statistics at hand. And thank you very much.
I'm glad that people can listen to the music. That's when time's up. Thank you, Allegra.
The music is disruptive. Thank you very much, Naomi. I wish.
Oh, notice for a minute. Thank you, guys.
Go ahead, Peter.
I just want to mention I don't know if anyone mentioned it, the gas station also performs car inspections, and it's also, I believe, a valet parking lot. Cars also regularly park perpendicularly on that curb cut that was mentioned, and they're parked about 50% on what would be essentially the extension of the sidewalk. We're going to have tons of school children walking in and out of that constantly. That seems very unsafe. I also want to second what Jim said about the BX7 and M100 and other members. It will be negatively affected. I understand you didn't have to study it or present it or whatever, but it will have impacts with the parents dropping people off. And again, I just don't understand why we're having this discussion after the continued difficulties with Zeta on 2/18 and their refusal to come to the table to resolve the issues the community has amicably. So none of this feels like it's in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Jeremy, I'm gonna allow you a quick minute, you or Jesse, just to respond, and then we're gonna discuss our next steps. And then Wayne, if you can just chime in on these next steps. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I had another question to Leo, if you can.
Okay, so let Jeremy respond, and Daryl, and then we'll go to Wayne just for clarity.
Okay. I would just note with respect to the gas station, we can look into how that gas station is used. Again, similar to the signage along Broadway, to the extent the gas station is using the sidewalk or the curb cut illegally, it's an unfortunate reality. And I think one of the benefits of having an active building at this location is that there will be eyes on the street and at this corner during the majority of the day. Right now, it's a fence and a vacant site, and clearly there are people who use the public rights of way in a way that is not as it was intended. So I think there's a positive to having an active building with people who are taking control and ensuring that smooth operations are applicable there. And then with respect to the gas station itself, if you look at the environmental assessment statement, and this is based on both the information from where Zeta students are coming from, but also the routes that those students will take, the majority of the students are not going to be walking past the gas station down south on Broadway. They will be mostly coming from points south, points east, and points west based on the bus, the transit, and location of where existing Zeta student populations are located. So while we do recognize that the gas station is there, we believe that there are both operational considerations as well as various different ways in which the adjacency, the use adjacencies can be addressed. And we think that the information presented in the environmental assessment statement, as well as the application, supports this position. I'll turn it over to Jesse quickly, Leo, if you'd like her to say something about some of the comments about Zeta as a school system.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we're running late on time, but I want to thank everyone for their time and attention, and particularly to those members of the community board, the NYPD, and others who we've had the opportunity to meet with multiple times so far in this process. And we're grateful for the input. We are taking all of your suggestions. We're taking all of what we hear here, and we are, integrating it into our process. This is a school that will be an outgrowth of a school we already operate. It's not a new charter school. Rather, it's a way for us to continue serving students from the community who currently attend elementary school in our Northern Inwood School. And, we're excited to have the opportunity to engage with you, and we will continue to work through this process to make sure we can have the safest school that also offers incredible academic and educational opportunities for our students and for the community.
Thank you, Jesse. So Jim's comment that he made earlier, we want Zeta to really consider as well, whenever there's a fire alarms or safety practices of exiting the building, there should be egress on multiple sides of the building. If you're bringing kids out through the front entrance, which should be on Broadway, you're going into not only a busy street sidewalk, but just a busy area in general. Depending on the directions they're going, you might either walk further down and crowd police station, which is a big no-no, or in front of the gas station, which is another big no-no, or go around the corner, and that impedes the residential, the residences of the people living in that area. So just a consideration to Zeta. Let me allow Daryl his question, and then Jim, and then Wayne will give us some clarity. Go ahead, Daryl, Jim, and then we'll close out.
Thank you. Two quick questions and a comment. One, you mentioned the number of students. How many faculty and staff will there be? Also, if this were to come to fruition the way you see it, what would the construction look like? How long would it take? Where would the vehicles be to construct this building? And how long would they be there? And also, if you did not know, many local residents would prefer like a grocery store, like a Trader Joe's or a Whole Foods, First in Washington Heights. So I just wanted you to know, if you weren't aware, that was more of a desire from many in the nearby community.
Sure. So I can tell you that the proposed school, as I mentioned, is proposed to serve approximately 1,050 students. And the assessment, the environmental assessment analyzes the employment of 136 staff members when the school reaches maximum capacity. So that, I think, addresses your question about staff and students. With respect, just remind me what that second question was again.
Just about the construction. If you were able to construct this, like how long would it take? Where would you put the construction?
So construction staging would occur on site, as is typical with New York City development. If one were to assume BSA approval by the end of 2026, and I'm not assuming it, I'm just saying for the purposes of answering your question, the proposal assumes a single phased construction of approximately 22 months. So I think that ends up, after you do interior fit outs and what have you, that the proposed project would be completed and operational in 2028, approximately 2028.
Thank you. Jim, the question about Daryl's question about where construction is very messy. Where do you plan it? Because if construction does come from the area, you'll have excavators and trucks all over the place and the whole nine. So where do you expect to put that storage wise? Site conditions. How are you expect to go about that?
Yeah,
it's a very extensive project.
Yeah, construction would comply with all applicable codes and regulations, whether from DOT, DOB, DEP, OER, you name it. We will comply with all codes and applicable laws. As I said, in terms of equipment staging, that would all occur on site. In terms of, to the extent that scaffolding or some sort of sidewalk protection bridge is required, or if there's the need for plywood barriers, those would certainly be employed. Obviously during the initial excavation and foundation work, there's certain types of equipment that needs to come to and leave the site that will be managed by the construction manager and would be in accordance with all applicable codes and laws. Like the same would apply if Zeta wasn't a school and a residential building would be here. The trucks would come and the building would get constructed.
I know that you guys will be compliant. I guess his question was more, we'll move on from this, but obviously construction is messy.
Yeah.
We would have that area is very busy, as you saw with traffic. It would be backed up even more with construction.
Yes.
If that would happen. But that's his point he was alluding to.
And
Jim,
Jim.
Go ahead,
I
Jim.
would welcome any comments and a continued dialogue. Construction is something that the community and the developer needs to work, or school needs to work together on to make sure that community impacts are minimally felt. And I think that's a clear area where the school can communicate openly and have a continued dialogue with the community.
Thank you, Jim. And then Jim, keep it brief. We want to
Well,
close this
I'm
meeting.
going to
We'll
keep it
continue.
very brief. I
Thank
just
you.
Googled schools next to gas stations, and they mention it raises significant health, safety, environmental concerns, often leading to community opposition. But there's something even worse, and this would have to be built into the design of the school. If there were a fire at the gas station, you might possibly not be able to leave by the exit on Broadway. You would have to have special arrangements to get everyone out of the school on the side of the two, actually the only two other sides of the school that are nowhere near the gas station. Now, generally gas stations don't burn, but you know, that just, once people started talking about gas stations, then I started seeing even more red flags. So, that's something, and again, at the very least, the building would have to be designed to evacuate people quickly just in case there were such a fire. Thank you. And I wanted to get this into the record.
Thank you, Jim. All right, Wayne, I'm not sure if you want to add to or join me in this. So now that we've heard the concerns, we're thinking of adding onto a joint resolution with land use. Obviously, it went through the committee. Since it is for the BSA application, we want to give comments on the traffic section of it. So we will. I think that I will move and request at the executive committee that either we have some type of hearing, since it seems like the community at large does not support this, or that we write a letter not supporting this project. I've heard enough comments. I've spoken to a lot of people. Our chair, Anthony Viola, if you so kindly can lead me, or Jim, who's a parliamentarian, I think that this needs to be a bigger conversation. The reality is that we are a community board, and we do represent a community, but we're just 50 voices. I would love for the community at large to come out and say how they feel, so that Zeta knows it's not the community board or single members that have something against Zeta. It just doesn't make sense. If you tell us another location, hey, we'll sit down, we'll listen to it. Certain locations make sense. This location is very problematic for your student safety. Again, I want to emphasize that, for your student safety. So yes, Anthony or Wayne or Jim, if you want to add anything to it, please feel free. But I think that we're going to provide our comments to the joint resolution on the traffic section or traffic portion of it. And then I'm going to move at the executive committee to either push for a public hearing with Zeta so that the community in that area could come out and speak, or that we put out a letter saying that we do not support as a community board because of these reasons. So yes, Jim, Anthony, Wayne. If not, we'll close that topic out.
Well, I'd love to hear what Anthony thinks, but the thought of having a public hearing might be a good one. But Anthony is our chair, and I'd love to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, no, from our perspective, just exactly aligning with what Leo had just mentioned, I think a public hearing makes sense. I just want to understand from the land use perspective, because I obviously don't want to have two separate opinions from the board go out. So if I know you've already called on Wayne, if Wayne could just provide a little bit of context as to what land use has already done, and if it would align with his vision for us to hold a public hearing.
And I think Wayne logged off.
Okay. Jim, has land use voted on this matter already?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
No.
Wayne went bye-bye? No,
Yeah, I'll add some context, Anthony. When we were at land use, we discussed commenting period. Jeremy and David says that usually the BSA is pretty flexible with this and they would extend if needed. So Wayne wanted to wait till Jeremy, David, and Zeta came to my committee meeting to health and environment, and potentially youth and education, just so that once they wrapped up and all these committees or the board members heard, then we can go back and have some discussion before we put anything up.
Sure.
And we can verify that with them.
And Zeta folks, are there any deadlines imposed on you by BSA?
There is a deadline for the community board to provide its resolution, I believe it's 60 days from when it was sent. We met with, I don't know, I'd have to double check where we are in that process. My sense is that was about January, on or about January 14th. So we're getting close to the 60-day deadline. As Leo mentioned, you know, the BSA is not gonna deny a comment letter or a resolution from a community board if it comes in after 60 days. But I believe that is the only time constraint that presently exists. The BSA hasn't calendared this action yet.
That's
So
gonna be the next question.
yeah, so we have, so the way the BSA process works is we file the application. They give us a notice of comments and they give us all these comments. We then go and revise based on the comments, and assuming all comments have been addressed by the BSA, we then get calendared for a BSA public hearing. That has not happened yet. So we're at least a few months away from a hearing at a minimum. I would think it's, you know, Q2 in the early Q2, back end of Q2 at the earliest.
Yeah, and I think Wayne's committee meets Thursday, so we can have offline conversation with Wayne, see if they're gonna vote on anything. If we have to send the letter out before the 60-day comment period, we can provide the comments. I still would like to consider a public hearing at the minimum.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, and we discussed at the site visit, Zeta is open to continuing this dialogue with the community and the community board writ large. Whether that factors specifically into the BSA application process or just happens in general so that community feedback can be incorporated into the project, I think that's, you know, we are going to treat it the same way, but there might be a formal distinction between the two.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, Leo, I understand that, and this is the case with many of the city and state agencies, that even though they have a deadline imposed by some authority, whether it's a statute or regulation, that they'll say, oh, of course, we'll accept comments even after that has passed. But then we don't really have authority to tie that back to.
Yes.
So it's always my preference in any of these types of applications that we submit something before the deadline. So, I mean, I would recommend, because we've done this in other committees, if you want to take a vote of your committee to see if they should proceed with voting on a recommendation or not, or an objection. I think that could be one way to proceed, just to see what the committee is thinking.
Okay. All right.
If I could just add to that, if in fact we want a public hearing, and again, I agree with Anthony that ideally we want to get our comments in before this, deadline. We would have to arrange this public hearing before this gets to the executive committee, because by then it would be practically too late.
Well,
so
I'm sorry, Jim, let me interject. So as Jeremy mentioned, regardless of what we oppose or not, it's for that specific section in that zoning. So the public hearing is more so that Zeta knows, hey, you're going to go on with your project, but the community doesn't support it. So it doesn't necessarily go or affect our resolution or whatever comes out of land use jointly with traffic or health environment. It's moving forward that we still represent our community. Our community says we don't want this. So the public hearing would be further down the line. I do agree with Anthony. If it's something that land use says they vote otherwise, then it's something that we have to consider as a board, because we don't want opposing statements. But pending on land use and our community, that's why it's okay to take the vote here. I do still think that we should have some type of public hearing for the community in partnership with the other agencies, because again, we only saw a microcosm, very small amount of people say that they're not for it. I can guarantee you, if we do extensive outreach, well, Zeta does extensive outreach, and we invite the community to come have a say or come have a seat at the table, you would be surprised at how many people don't agree with this. So it's a side of it. And we can take the vote now as a committee. that based on whatever comments we have, we might oppose or favor, and that's at the committee, and we'll forward that to the board, obviously, and add it to Wayne's resolution or land use resolution when needed.
So procedurally, are you going to take a vote of the committee first just to see if you want to even proceed with determining a recommendation or an objection, or are you voting on a recommendation or an objection?
I think we should. What I think we should provide comments regardless if it's negative or positive. I guess what we're voting on is will those comments be negative or positive or be on the opposition? That's what I think we're voting for. And Jim and Anthony obviously correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
Yeah, you
I
could
think
proceed that way.
to put everything together, and I see Bruce's hand also. What we should do, which is I think what you're proposing, is basically have a straw poll at the moment to find out the view of the committee and the view of any community board members present, and also the view of the public who happens to be present. And then we'll get a better sense of what we want to do.
That was my proposal. Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bruce, you have any comments?
Yeah, I can endorse that. I was thinking maybe we should just propose that there's a public hearing, a community hearing of the neighbors, just to get more feedback from the neighborhood. But I can go along with Jim's proposal and whatever you guys recommend.
So I think we'll do that, Anthony and Jim. I think we'll vote, see if we are going to put forward, I guess, some positive commenting, or we're going to go the other way. So let's take a vote. Or does anybody oppose voting for this? All right. So we'll start with the committee members. Jim Berlin.
I'm opposed.
Okay. I'm sorry. Jim Jody Harrison.
Opposed.
Okay. Melissa Sims.
Opposed.
Daryl Cochran.
Opposed.
Who else I have here in the committee? Noemi Diaz, I'm sorry.
I oppose.
Opposed. We have, who else we have here? Bruce and Fred. Bruce? Bruce is public and Fred is.
I oppose.
Okay. We'll go now to board. If I'm missing anybody from a committee.
Hey, Leo, am I supposed to vote now?
Yeah,
yes,
Fred.
I'm sorry, Fred. Yes. Yes, Fred, go ahead.
I guess I'll oppose too. I'm waiting for my traffic study.
Okay. All right, we'll go to the board. I don't think we have Sonia.
She logged off.
Okay.
Yeah, she wrote in the comments she logged off.
Okay.
And Leo, I don't think you voted. Did you? Tell us how you think.
Oh, I haven't. So I am going to oppose.
So it's unanimous in the
I'm not
committee.
sure if you can vote this. Can you?
I don't. I think I vote with the board. Is that right,
Yeah.
Jim?
You're a board member. Well, it's
I know.
technically you're a member of all committees, but I think it fits better if you vote as a board member.
Yeah.
Okay. So Anthony.
So this is just committee members?
Committee members and board members. So I'm going to Anthony now, then Ann right after.
Opposed.
Ann opposes. Anthony.
I oppose.
Okay. Am I missing any other committee or board member?
Isidro.
Isidro, I think, logged off. Oh, Isidro's still. I'm sorry, Isidro.
Since this sits within the bid, I cannot vote due to conflict.
Okay. Okay. Great. Now it's gonna be hard. If everybody in the public members, if you can just raise your hand, and I'll take that as for this. For this, so Darlie. Oh, Darlie, no, Darlie's a community.
Darlie's a board member. Yeah.
Yeah, let me promote her. Darlie, I'll come back to you as a board member. There she goes. Darlie, do you vote in favor or oppose it?
Totally opposed.
Okay. Thank you. And then going back to the public, anybody who is for it, please raise your hand, and that's how I'll take that you are for it. Caroline, Jose, are you for it or opposed? Opposed.
Apologies. Is this to vote for this to be
Yes,
in the?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
If you raise your hand,
no.
you voted for
No,
it.
thank you.
Okay.
Opposed.
All right, and I'll take note of how many want to. Okay, we're all right. 42 no's on the. All right, Jeremy.
Leo, I think it would be better to say out loud, please use the hand raise function if you oppose it, just so there's like a record of it
Yeah.
showing that
Okay.
people are actually listening and voting.
All right, sounds good. So on the public side and attendees, please raise your hand if you're voting for or in favor of supporting the traffic section portion of the BSA application. Yeah. All right. Perfect. I got it.
But then also, now ask for against.
Right. The people
Okay.
against have to raise their hands.
Sorry. And everybody on the public attendee side, if you're against, please raise your hand.
Apologies, if I may. I just want to make sure we're clear because I think we switched twice there. So if we can please reiterate what that
So
proposal
now,
is.
now you're voting. You're raising your hand if you're opposed to the BSA application for Zeta and our traffic comments. Yes. All right, we'll close it out there. So 8 no's. Okay. All right. All right, and Denny and Jim and everyone else. So we'll pass this information forward, and I'll create some type of commenting with Jim's help on Wayne, so that he knows that as a committee, we do not support this application or the traffic section of the application. All right. Thank you. We'll move on. DOT, I'm very sorry. You've been waiting to present on the Amsterdam Avenue proposal. Lyle, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Your
Good evening,
colleagues
everyone.
still on?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Before I start, can you bump up Elena Liniova and Kate Graham to panelists, please? They're part of DOT as well. We're doing the
I'm very
presentation.
sorry. I didn't realize Elena was in the attendees. Elena, I apologize. And who's the other person?
Kate Graham.
Kate Graham.
Mhm.
My apologies as well, Kate. Okay. I bumped them up. There you go.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Sorry, Lau, before. So I know people are waiting to discuss and comment on the Riverside Viaduct. We are going to allow you guys time. After this presentation, DOT's been waiting, so we're going to allow them some time to present on this, and then once we get through this, we'll go on and discuss the viaduct. And Lau will stay on with us. All right, Lau, take it ahead.
Okay. Evening again, everyone. Lyle Blackwood from DOT. I'm the North Manhattan Borough Planner for the agency. As mentioned, I'm joined by my colleagues from DOT's School Safety Division, Elena Liniova and Kate Graham, who'll be making the presentation this evening. We're here before the committee tonight with a proposal for traffic and pedestrian safety measures along Amsterdam Avenue between West 182nd and 188th Streets as a continuation of the measures DOT installed a few years ago along Amsterdam between West 188th going north around the curve to St. Nicholas Avenue. I know it's pretty late, so I'll just pass it over to Lena and Kate, who can go through the proposal and we can take questions afterwards.
Thanks, Lyle, and thanks all for being here. I know it's late, so I'm going to do my best to be efficient through this. I'm sharing my screen now. Can you all see the presentation?
Looks like it's loading. There we go.
Yes. Great. All right. Gonna get right to it. So we are here, as Lyle said, to talk about Amsterdam Ave between Laurel Hill Terrace and West 188th Street. Some background on this area, as Lyle noted, we installed a project in 2022 with a protected bike lane going around Amsterdam Ave, and some parking and curb extension changes on West 190th Street. This project was installed in tandem with students from George Washington Educational Campus and the program I Challenge Myself, a community group that helped design these safety improvements based on what the students were experiencing on the street and the concerns they had from the school. Here's kind of a preview of what that project did. So installed protected bike path on the east curb, concrete bus boarding islands to improve bus boarding operations, curb extensions to create shorter crossings and better pedestrian infrastructure, and turn calming to reduce the speeds as people were turning, and in general reduce speeds on this corridor that had pretty high speeding, regular drag racing, some serious safety concerns. And since installing the project, we've seen on this stretch of Amsterdam Ave a 10% reduction in all injuries, and a 43% reduction in severe injuries. So thus far, it's making a pretty big safety impact in front of this school dense corridor. And that's part of why we're here today, to talk about how we can continue making safety improvements along Amsterdam. So today we're talking about kind of continuing this work south of that project area from 188th Street to Laurel Hill Terrace. This area continues to have a lot of schools. We have 5 schools and Yeshiva University on this stretch of Amsterdam Ave, as well as over 13 schools within a 5-minute walk, including that large high school at the top of the stretch, as well as some on St. Nicholas. This is also a bus corridor, so bus access and bus speeds are something we're looking at, and it's a connector between Washington Bridge, High Bridge Park, and some key areas in the neighborhood. So those are some of the things we're considering when we're looking at how we can improve safety on this stretch that continues to have schools and students. We again partnered with the students from George Washington Educational Campus in designing this project. We worked with them for a school year where they gathered data, measured the road, analyzed speeds, really helped us understand the roadway concerns and develop a design for this corridor. So we're really grateful to the students from this community who helped us come up with the proposal for today, and really value the insight that they brought to how we can improve safety in the neighborhood. So some existing conditions on this corridor. And looking at this stretch between 188th and 182nd / Laurel Hill Terrace, kind of a dog-legged intersection there. In the last 5 years, we've had 33 injuries and 5 serious injuries, which is really concerning in front of schools. And in the makeup of that data, 9% of those injuries were students, so we're youth in our community, which is higher than the Manhattan average of 5%. So we're seeing a higher rate of youth injuries on this stretch than kind of the baseline we see in the cities. That's part of why our team is really taking a look, is the combination of the high volume of students, the high volume of schools, and this peak in youth injuries on this corridor. Some of the contributing factors to why that's showing up in the data are, one, the width of the roadway. Amsterdam Ave is 60 feet wide. It's a pretty long crossing and it has pretty wide travel lanes. And that allows for speeding and dangerous driver behavior. You know, we've seen evidence of donuts at 187th, we've seen it at 186th. We hear from community members about donuts and drag racing, especially as you get some of the hill over here. So that wide street both allows for that kind of dangerous behavior, as well as fast turns on and off the residential streets that cross Amsterdam Ave. And when vehicles are turning, that's often when they interact with people in the crosswalk and where we see some of those injuries. We did work with the students to conduct a speed study on this corridor, and the data showed that over 50% of the vehicles were going 10 miles per hour above the school speed limit here, with the fastest recorded speed being 39 miles per hour. So pretty significant speeding gathered with our students here. And the reason that speeds really matter is that if this graphic shows, studies have found if a pedestrian's hit by a vehicle going 25 miles per hour, there's a 90% chance that they will survive. If they're hit by a vehicle going only 10 miles per hour higher, so what we're seeing here on Amsterdam, that jumps down to only a 60% chance. So really, speed is a huge concern here, and especially with our young pedestrians. Another thing we saw along the corridor was that poor visibility was impacting pedestrian safety. There were a lot of vehicles parked all the way up to the crosswalk, sometimes double parking right in front of the crosswalk, and it makes it so that if a vehicle is going to turn right here, they can't see around this van to know that there's pedestrians that have the walk sign. So that's pretty concerning. Visibility issues at the corners, And double parking also, forces vehicles to weave into traffic, merging, slowing down both traffic flow and creating unpredictable traffic flow. So kind of the poor visibility and the double parking are both contributing here. Another safety concern here is the gap in the protected bike lane network, right? So we have a protected bike lane north of 188 that connects us to the park and these high schools. And in 2024, DOT installed a protected bike lane on the Washington Bridge. But right now, if a cyclist, and one of our student cyclists talked about this as her journey to school every day, she crosses the bridge and then she's thrown onto Amsterdam Ave where she's in shared lanes. So lanes where the cyclists are with vehicles going north. Then there's 2 blocks of standard lanes, so painted bike lanes. They're pretty chronically parked in, double parked both in the bike lanes and in the bus stops, which was another flag from our students, is that to get on and off the bus, they have to walk through cars who are parked in the bus stop. That's a safety concern for them as well. And then the final thing I want to flag is an existing condition, and part of why we're having the moment right now to do this work is that the pavement's in pretty bad condition. Amsterdam Ave needs to be resurfaced. There's potholes, there's cracks. If you've driven on it, I'm sure you know. So we have scheduled Amsterdam Ave for resurfacing. We want to get this some nice, fresh asphalt, and that gives us the opportunity to make sure the markings we put in align with our safety goals. So moving on to that proposal. High level, it's really to continue the design that exists north of 188th moving south. There are some specific details for specific intersections I'll get into, but continuing the bike lane on the east curb to really narrow the road and slow speeding vehicles, really focusing on getting speeding down here. Pairing that with painted curb extensions and pedestrian islands to shorten those crossing distances and improve visibility at the intersection where pedestrians are. And to install bus boarding islands at the 2 bus stops along this stretch so that bus stops are more accessible, that vehicles can park in them and people can access the bus stops. And then we're proposing a 1-block conversion of 187th Street between Laurel Hill Terrace and Amsterdam Ave to be westbound like the rest of West 187th Street. And I'll have a slide getting into more detail of that. This is kind of high level what we're proposing for the corridor, and now I'll go through a block by block. I'm going to be a little quick on the block by block because I know it's late and I want to have time to hear from folks. So I can come back to these slides when we get to the question time if there's more details folks want. High level, this kind of is what I was saying at the top about the safety data we've seen, but part of why we're proposing bike lanes when our concerns are speeding and pedestrian injuries are because we've seen where we install protected bike lanes that all crashes go down, that all the injuries go down. And part of that is because of narrowing the roads, so slowing speeding vehicles. And the other part is that we get to pair it with that great pedestrian infrastructure like islands, like curb extensions. And that's why we see a 21% pedestrian injuries across the city where we've installed these. And the data is looking really similar north of Amsterdam, north of 188th, where we've installed the first phase of this project. So doing that kind of section by section analysis, starting at 188th, and then I'll move south. So this is cross sections for 188th to 186th Street. Existing has parking lane on both sides, a 5-foot painted standard bike lane, traveling in each direction, and a turn bay. Our proposed is pretty much keeping the travel lanes and parking lanes the same, but putting the protected bike lane along that east curb. We'd have a concrete bus boarding island at 187th Street, and those pedestrian benefits of curb extensions and pedestrian islands. Moving south, this is the block in front of Yeshiva University, 186 to 184th Street. This part of the Amsterdam Ave is slightly different. It has a large pedestrian space on the east curb, kind of a painted plaza area for students. Our proposal would be to maintain that plaza, but to have the bike lane wrap around it. So it goes around the outer edge of the plaza, protected by jersey barriers and planters to separate cyclists and pedestrians and really keep that plaza a pedestrian space. This is kind of a high level, and maybe this is something we'll come back to in conversation if there are some specific details, but showing those blocks between 188th to 184th, so you can kind of get a sense of the realignment of the lanes here and how that bike lane would wrap around the plaza, so you can visualize that a little bit better. But it's really just moving the existing bike lanes you see here that are painted and are currently parked in behind the floated parking and onto that east curb. So maintaining all the travel lanes and the turn lanes. Now moving south, it's a little more complicated down here. 184th to 182nd Street currently has, after 184th and after the plaza, the lanes widen out to 2 lanes going southbound for that block between 184 and 183. We're proposing just having 1 lane southbound for that block only. We saw that really traffic picks up after 183. So you'll see on the next slide, we're proposing maintaining 2 approaches to 181st. We do see the need for that there. But on this 1 block stretch, just having 1 lane southbound, maintaining the dedicated left turn lanes at 182 and 183, and then having the bike lane on the east curb. This is that next block where we go from 182nd kind of to Laurel Hill Terrace and the approach to 181st and the Washington Bridge. As mentioned earlier, here we're proposing maintaining both of those southbound lanes approaching 181st. This is where we kind of see the larger queue for that big intersection, and adding a dedicated left turn lane onto 182nd, where we've seen there's another kind of heavy demand for a turn there. And then keeping that bike lane on that east curb connecting to the Washington Bridge. To help visualize that, we again have the aerial here. So you can see that on that block just between 184 and 183, where you're coming off of the plaza, maintaining 1 travel lane for this 1 block. And then after 183rd, we widen back out to the 2 travel lanes approaching 181st Street. So just showing some of that lane alignment here. And again, happy to come back to these when we're having the discussion. This is the conversion I mentioned at the top. So we're proposing converting this 1 block of West 187th between Laurel Hill Terrace and Amsterdam Ave, where it's currently 2-way, 34 feet wide road, so relatively narrow, parking on both sides. And we're proposing to convert it to 1-way westbound. So aligning with the current conditions, if you continued moving west on 187th after Amsterdam Ave, already 1-way westbound. And the reasoning for that is primarily because of turn conflicts. Right now we see on the southbound left on Amsterdam, so you're coming south on Amsterdam and turning left onto 187th, that moment of conflict between cyclists and pedestrians is pretty high. If we convert this 1 block, we remove that left turn conflict completely. So it has to do with some of the kind of pedestrian and turn conflict analysis we did on the corridor. Happy to talk about it more. We'd maintain 2-way access on Laurel Hill Terrace, so you'd be able to access that block of 187th by coming on at 188th or at 186th. And then these are just some images of some of those kind of detailed treatments I mentioned. So those sporting islands, these are the concrete islands where folks can wait on the island, have direct bus access to prevent vehicles parking in them. They're also ADA accessible so that, you know, if there's a wheelchair user currently and someone is parked in the bus stop and the bus can't get to it, you're kind of out of luck. You got to get out into the roadway. It's not really safe. It's not accessible. So these make sure there's an accessible entrance. People aren't parked in the bus stop. And it separates pedestrians from the cyclists and creates some of that user separation, as well as shortening the crossing distances and helping tighten turns along the corridor. The other treatment I mentioned was painted curb extensions. I said it a few times. And in the graphics, you'll see we really propose these on the blocks right in front of schools, right where we're seeing turns in front of schools. And what these do is essentially remove the 10 feet right before a crosswalk, remove parking for those 10 feet, add painted space, bollards to harden that area, and it makes it so you can now see students, pedestrians at the intersection. And you can also see oncoming vehicles, especially at T intersections like West 184th Street. So this treatment really helps make sure that our pedestrians are safe at the intersection, especially in front of school sites. There is always a trade-off with some of these safety benefits, and we're trying to be transparent about that from the get-go. So to have that daylighting in front of these schools and at a couple of these gate intersections, it would be approximately 10 parking spots that would be repurposed to have that clear visibility of the intersection. And you can see those mapped out here. And again, they're primarily on these blocks right in front of schools because that's where we're really focusing this treatment. And with that, this is just a summary of everything I went through, but you know, high level, continuing the design from north of West 188th Street down to Laurel Hill Terrace and pairing it with those curb extensions and pedestrian safety improvements for the 5 schools on this corridor and the large amount of students who we see commuting through this area. And now I'll turn it over to you all to hear your comments and any questions you have. And thank you all for being here. I know it's a late night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to allow the committee.
I think Leo froze. So I think Bruce, you're a committee member. You can go ahead first.
Thank you, Anthony. So I got a call from one of the vice presidents at Yeshiva last week who couldn't make it tonight with a concern about the bike lane that goes through their pedestrian area as you presented, especially concerning electric bikes. Have you run this by Yeshiva University? And if not, I recommend that you do that. And I'd have to wait to get their feedback before I could vote on this. Thank you.
Yes, Bruce. So that was what I was alluding to. I got an email from John from Yeshiva University.
Yeah, John Greenfield. He's the one who called me.
Yes.
Yeah, happy to speak to that. We met with Yeshiva a couple weeks ago and have been meeting with them for the last year or so about this project, and are incorporating their feedback and appreciated kind of talking about how we can best design this area around their plaza because we know it's a critical pedestrian area. So we met with them last week and they shared some ideas and some concerns, and we're working with our engineers to do the studies that they asked for. And to look at incorporating some of those. So yeah, continuing conversations and really value the input they've given thus far.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
All right, we'll go Jim, then Isidro.
Thank you. I used to live right near there, and there are two issues. One of them is I'm thrilled with the fact that there'll basically be, only one travel lane north and one travel lane south, and that should, let's put it that way, limit the craziness, and there is craziness. But the other thing which the folks at Yeshiva may have expressed to you is the origin of their plaza was public safety. There were actually very dangerous things occurring on that street, and a bike lane adjacent to where, I hate to put it this way, but we live in a very real world where Jewish kids are hanging out may not be, the ideal of public safety, because one hypothetically could, do some real damage and then scoot off on their bicycle. And I'm sure they expressed that to you. So, I mean, and again, it might be possible to put the bike lane that would involve a major revamping, but put it on the other side of the street. But again, because again, the origin to, and I don't want to, be overly dramatic or whatever, but there were actually shots fired at the campus before this plaza was instituted. And sadly, because of the current climate, the likelihood of that, if anything, may have gotten worse. And, we have to protect everyone, and that includes obviously the students of Yeshiva University who, through no fault of their own, but, because of their religion, are now heightened targets. So I wanted to express that. But also the fact that, there's only one traffic lane in each direction. That's a wonderful idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim Isidro. And then we'll go Lewis, and John Greenfield is on. So we'll allow John from Yeshiva to come.
Thank you so much, Leo. Kate, great presentation. My regards to Danielle. She's really proactive in representing this community well. And what Jim said is really an issue. Jewish brethren are facing a tough situation, and opening up this bike lane can pose a threat to our Jewish neighbors. That's something that I support. As far as losing parking spots, you indicated that we might lose about 10 parking spots. These are parking spots that are usually used by residents, not so many people who are come to the community to shop. As you know, I represent the bid, and I know that most of these parking spots are usually taken away from the residents. I will support this type of projects, taking into account what I just mentioned, but also maybe we can revisit the closing times of the busway on 181st to accommodate perhaps lack of parking space that we have in the community. If it's maybe from 7 to 10 in the morning, and perhaps in the afternoon from 4 to 7 is something that the bid will definitely welcome. Because again, we work very closely with you guys, and I think that we're trying to make this city a better city. But if those are taken into account, I'll be really, really grateful. So thank you so much, Kate.
Thanks for raising that. I've taken note.
Thanks, Isidro. All right, John.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Kate, for the presentation, and to Jim, Bruce, and Isidro for your thoughtful comments. So my name is John Greenfield. I am Associate Vice President, Yeshiva University. A little history. In 2020, we participated in a community stakeholder letter signed by dozens of elected officials, community leaders, area businesses, the District 6 superintendent at the time, and neighboring schools to raise concerns about safety issues along this stretch, drag racing, speeding, and the issues, of course, that Jim mentioned. This prompted a unanimous vote by CB 12 in September 2020 to call on DOT to take immediate steps to address these conditions between 182nd and 189th. And funding was provided by Council Members Rodriguez and De La Rosa to contribute to infrastructure upgrades, pedestrian upgrades on that plaza space. We've been working with DOT since 2021 and 2022 approximately. To their credit, they've worked diligently to amend their proposal to reflect some of our concerns. At the same time, I want to point out that we have told DOT we're inclined to support this project contingent on our three key concerns being addressed. One, that additional measures are taken along the bike lane to force compliance with speed limits and pedestrian safety. In the plaza area, you'll see it does cross that 185th Street intersection, which is heavily trafficked and is the connection point between both sides of our campus. We don't believe that the initial proposal suggested by DOT for rumble strips and plastic bike lane dividers are not enough. I've been in touch with the DOT team and was told that there may be other possibilities. We really strongly encourage those other possible infrastructure upgrades. Secondly, traffic calming measures need to be employed to ensure pedestrian safety and promote compliance with the posted regulations. Since 1995, it's been posted between 183 and 186 that no motor vehicles except buses and local deliveries are allowed between 8 a.m. and 11 p.m. And last point, and I hear the music, the completion of a traffic study of these requested changes. So I was on the community advisory board for the 181st Street bus lane and work. And at that time, I voiced concern that the traffic studies did not include traffic at 185th Street. And since then, we've been asking DOT to conduct a traffic study to review the possibility of additional measures to the traffic patterns itself to ensure enhanced pedestrian safety, which again was something we share with all of our fellow schools along the corridor. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know I'm a little over time, but I really appreciate it.
Thank you, John. I guess I'll comment, and I had a pre-meeting and voiced my comments there. I would like to see this eventually go into fruition. I do think DOT should go back and consider certain suggestions from Yeshiva. I would love if DOT included a traffic study in this to span to 181st. And so we fix the issues at that specific intersection of 181st and Amsterdam coming off the bridge. So we fix that. We're just adding on to the overall issue. So we're putting a Band-Aid on certain things, but we're letting the real issue continue to be there. So I would hope that DOT does a traffic effect study for that area 181st in Amsterdam, and then include something in this to address that. I think if you start there, you'll see how it trickles going further north. But that being said, we can either vote on this current resolution to include some of the suggestions from John Greenfield of Jashiva. We can ask DOT kindly to please go back and revise it, not table it. We don't want to see it come back 2 years from now. We want to see it soon. We just would like you guys to add certain things. And again, we can do that through a resolution if needed. Any comments?
I
from the
think we should
committee?
ask for a traffic study, which I believe you mentioned, because that will make it, and I mean, just intuitively, it will make things safer, but, you know. And I agree with you also, we don't want to do anything, we want this sooner rather than later. So if we ask DOT to delay a little bit, so we can, you know, better speak to them about our concerns, we hope that they won't use that as a reason to say, oh yes, you can have all the time you want, we put it on the shelf. We don't want that at all. Thank you.
So should we vote? But
Yeah.
did we pass a resolution for a traffic study on 181st? I believe we did.
Oh, don't remember.
Bruce, what do
We
you think?
recent in December, we received a resolution from you all asking us to continue looking at 181st in that section. So that's already been added to our much to do.
Okay.
You know,
We keep you guys busy.
continuing
I
that
do
because
apologize.
we agree. You can kind of see the southbound momentum.
Hey, Leo, how long does the traffic study take?
That's a good
The
question.
study will
DOT.
take at least a year. So this will be shelved if traffic study is required and for a considerable amount of time.
So yeah, let's have a discussion committee. What are we thinking? And I actually, John, is John still on? John Greenfield?
Yes, I am.
John, and we'll take your input in this. Based on the current proposals, I know there are certain things that you requested, Jashiva requested from DOT, and we might still add them into our resolution as certain stipulations that moving forward, we support this if we take a look to consideration for these three points. But is Jashiva overall comfortable, and DOT, same question, the residents in the area comfortable with this plan? Parking is a huge issue, and I know residents usually don't like, or people who live in that area, community residents don't like the removal of parking. But is Jashiva on board with the overall proposal or what was presented today? I know that in your email you said that there was a B presentation, but what was presented today, and then Bruce, you can go and take the lead.
You asking me? I just want to make sure. Okay, yeah. So I really can only speak to what was presented to us. I will say, again, DOT did make some really meaningful changes from an earlier iteration. Again, we've been in conversation back to 2022 on this. I've been involved with it, and the plaza space was moved from the other side of the street, which was complicated because our high school does have bus loading there. So they heard us on that, as well as some of the other concerns. And I should add that I am waiting for a response from Lyle and Kate's colleagues on the team with regard to those 3 points that I raised, because as I've conveyed, they are essential for us. As far as parking, that's a separate issue. Obviously, we have a significant driver population among staff. This particular 3-block stretch that we're talking about really doesn't have much parking. I don't believe any of the 10 spots mentioned relate to this. This particular stretch, from 183rd to 186. So So yeah, our main concerns are these. And just on the traffic study, I know it'll take a year, but I do just want to reiterate that this is something we have been asking for many years. And so we really hope that we can be heard on this point, because we have no interest in slowing this process. I myself am a cyclist. I think DOT has done some fantastic work, but as Jim rightly points out, the reason this community board gave this plaza space the green light back in the early 1990s was because of targeted violence against students. And we are still very concerned about vehicle rammings and other instances of attacks. And so we want to ensure both the traffic issue is addressed at 185th, and though less mortally serious, also that bikes going through, particularly at speed as e-bikes, are not given kind of the straightaways and rumble strips that normally don't really impede, especially when we're talking about crossing a major pedestrian intersection. And thank you.
Thank you. Bruce and
Can I
Jim?
have a chance to address
Yes.
these comments
Yes.
before you vote? Okay,
Yes, Elena, of course. How are
thank you. I'm good, thank you. Long day.
It has been. Go ahead, Elena. You
Okay,
can address it before Bruce and
okay.
Jim.
So very quickly, I just want to clarify that there are requests for two different traffic studies here. One is from Community Board 12 to look at West 181st, West 180th, and West 182nd at Amsterdam. And the second one from Yeshiva University to reroute all the through traffic from West 184th to and between West 184th and West 186th Street on Amsterdam Avenue. So these are different requests.
Okay.
The second thing is we are well aware of Yeshiva's concerns, and we really try to address them. This is why on the proposals you see two levels of physical protection that we are proposing along the plaza. So first line of protection is the granite blocks and planters that are currently installed in the plaza. So they are still there. And the second one is Jersey barriers that are highway crash rated barriers that are pretty serious barriers against any car ramming. So we are paying attention to these requests. We've heard Yeshiva for requests for additional improvements, and we're looking into them, and we'll reply to these shortly. So we appreciate the opportunity to work both with CB12 and with Yeshiva.
Thank you. Jim and Bruce. Oh, Bruce had his hand raised first. Bruce, then Jim. Sorry about that.
I'll let Jim go first.
Of course. Jim, go
Thank
ahead.
you, Bruce. As I say, age before beauty. Two things. We were just told that if we insist on the traffic study before this thing goes forward, it will be put on the shelf, and I don't think we want that. I think intuitively, I and probably the rest of you, I believe, think that the plan as put forth intuitively will do the things we want. And if a traffic study later on agrees with that, so much the better. And if a traffic study, so we would want a traffic study sort of independent of this, just like sort of Yeshiva University does. But I think that the current thing that's put before us is an enormous improvement over what we have. And then the other piece of it is based upon, unless I misinterpreted what John was saying, they have already made suggestions, and they are relatively in favor of what's already been proposed. So not that we're ruled by Yeshiva University, of course, but if Yeshiva is comfortable with this plan that we are looking at, then I think that should be good enough for us. And again, as part of the resolution, we asked for these traffic studies, or we asked for the one we asked for, and that will be used to improve upon the realignments and such, should that be necessary. That's my latest suggestion. So I don't think we should insist about for a traffic study before the plan goes into effect, because we want it, the sooner it goes into effect, the more lives get saved and the more people don't get banged into by things.
Thanks, Jim. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, I would just like to get confirmation from John Greenfield about this traffic study and whether or not Yeshiva wants to wait a year for it and how important it is. My understanding from having spoken to John is that the e-bike issue is a big one, but there are other considerations here, and it's above my pay grade.
John?
Oh, sorry.
John, go ahead, John.
Yeah, so the goals of this project are laudable, and we would like to see something move forward. And we understand also that in our conversations with DOT, this has the opportunity to provide some interim measures to help ensure safety. So I do want to acknowledge that our position as it stands today is not that this is something that we are opposed to. And I did say at the outset, we were presented with two options. The difference being that the less preferable option routed the bike lane and elsewhere along the traffic lane. But we want to ensure that these larger issues have been addressed, and my insistence here tonight is born of the fact that we have been asking for 4 years to see meaningful measures taken to ensure that that posted regulations are followed. And I know part of that is enforcement, but part of that also is infrastructure. And just a small point of clarification on the study. So we are not asking for a study to review the possibility of rerouting all traffic. We are asking for a study that would look at ways to reconfigure this particular stretch of Amsterdam in such a way that it would ensure greater compliance of the posted regulations. I know it's a minor point, but it's an important one for us. So we are not interested in stopping or slowing down this project. I think that some of these goals can happen concurrently, including a traffic study, and Jim's point is well taken. We want to ensure that it actually will happen and move forward. That's our main concern.
Thank you. I guess let's move on to a vote. So I think we should, and I'll give you my position. I would look to vote and support this, as it was mentioned by John, Bruce, Jim, the likes. I think this addresses a concern that we have in the community. The only thing I'm not very happy, and obviously I don't think many people in our community, but the loss of 10 parking spaces. I understand it's only 10 parking spaces, and these are public parking spaces, but it is a huge issue in our community, and I cannot negate that for those people who do drive or commute within. With that being said, Jody, give me 1 second, I'll let you go. But with that being said, I want to move forward and vote on this with some stipulations or certain things that we can add to the resolution and we can discuss. Go ahead, Jody.
Leo, I just wanted to ask the question because the parking spaces are always a concern, and I get it, but pedestrian safety is also probably, it trumps parking spaces as far as I'm concerned. And it looks like a lot of the spaces that are taken up with daylighting. And I think daylighting is such a positive thing. And I wouldn't want to not have the daylighting in these intersections and have parking instead. So can they just clarify that for me?
Yeah, go ahead. I agree with
Yeah.
you.
The majority of spots, I think all except for this one here, which was kind of I would call it a half spot. It's like 18 feet, vehicles turning in and out of the driveway. It was a little tight. So every other spot besides that one is all for daylighting. Those curb extensions we showed, and you can see that they're all placed at locations directly by schools. So we tried to focus any parking repurposing on kind of our highest student pedestrian areas where we get the most kind of bang for our safety buck, if you will, with our daylighting. I know an earlier version we showed you, Leo, and other teams, we'd had 14, and we kind of re-looked at the numbers and really saw where is the most important daylighting in front of schools, and that's where all of the other 9 spots are for that daylighting.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Jody, for bringing up that point. I agree. If it's for daylighting, I think that's the right reason to use it, or to have those parking lots. Fred, is this a clarifying question? Because we're moving to a vote. We kind of got to move on, guys.
Yes, I just want to second what Jody said, that that daylighting is important. I'm going to vote for safety first. And also, you know, there is a good chance in the next couple of years there will be universal daylighting. So those spots are going to be gone anyway, so they shouldn't get in the way of this project.
All right, good point. To your point and to Jody's point, 10 spots, when it comes to safety, I think it should be our priority, not only as a committee, but as community residents. With that being said, we're going to move to vote on this.
I just want to clarify that we're voting what pretty much on what I presented, that we're in favor of the thing now, but in addition, we want a traffic study so it can be fine-tuned. Traffic study after the fact.
Yes, we'll include it in the resolution. They have
Right.
a resolution from us for the traffic study.
But
But
after,
we'll
you know,
include
first
it.
they put it in and then they study and make it
Yes.
better.
Yes, we'll include that. Implement the design of the proposal, but please return with consideration to a traffic study on 181st sooner than later.
And Leo,
Okay.
can I ask, this is just out of ignorance, but can there be a proposal that includes a stipulation that we want Yeshiva to get their points taken care of? Is that too much in a resolution?
No, I can. John forwarded me 3 items. I can read them right now, but we can add them. I think, as he mentioned, it had to do with the plaza and like matching grades, some type of. I'll read it right now. Give me 1 second.
Well, mostly it's violence against students. I think it's the number one thing.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily had to do that. Jim brought up a good point earlier that happened. That was the reason for the creation of the plaza, but it's more so for safety. So the stipulations that Yeshiva are asking DOT to consider are traffic study pattern along Amsterdam between 183rd and 190th Street, which Elena addressed already. So that one we can potentially look forward in the future to bringing Yeshiva back and then drafting a resolution on its own for that. So we'll put that aside. Additional measures are taken to ensure reduced speed in the section of the bike lanes that would fall within the pedestrian plaza. So we can add some type of language for that. I agree, whether it's, I'm not sure, DOT I'm sure has some type of street furniture. DOT has something to curb speeding in this section. We just have to include it, and I'll speak with Lyle offline, see what it is that we can pose, and then a raised crosswalk on 185th Street. That has
I
to
guess
do
the
with
thing that's on my mind is there going to be a physical barrier between the bike lane and the pedestrian plaza? Because it kind of seems like there needs to be, like that should be a Jersey barrier.
yes.
Yeah,
So
there will be concrete blocks and planters. We're happy to also include Jersey barriers in conversations with the yeshiva. But yes, a barrier both between cars and the bike lane and between the bike lane and the plaza.
okay. And we'll make sure
Thank
to
you.
add that stipulations to our resolution. It's coming, but thank you, Kate. All right. With that being said, let's go to a vote in the essence of time. Jim Berlin.
I'm in favor.
Okay. 1 in favor. Jody Herson.
In favor.
Great. Melissa Sims.
In favor.
Noemi Diaz. I'm sorry, Noemi. You're my
In
coach.
favor.
In favor, right. Daryl Cochran.
In favor.
Bruce Robertson.
Yes.
Fred Sofa.
Yes.
Leo, yes. Anthony, are you still on?
I am. I'm in favor.
Okay. Ann Megas, I guess.
Yes, in favor.
All right. And Isidro Medina.
In favor.
All right, great. And just a show of hands for our public attendees. Raise your hands if you are in favor of this project, with included stipulations that we've discussed. And see 7 yeses. And you guys can put your hands down now. Raise your hand if you're in opposition of DOT's proposal on Amsterdam Avenue. And that's to Allegra and Peter. I just want to confirm your hands are raised because you're in opposition to the Amsterdam Avenue proposal. Okay.
Seems like it's just one, Allegra.
Yeah. Okay. Allegra. All right. All right. With that being said, this passes in committee. We'll draft the resolution presented to the board at the general board meeting. All right. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Kate, for joining us. We appreciate
Thank you so
your
much.
support and for sticking
Thank you
around
all.
for some time. It's been a very long day. Have a good night.
I'll be happy
Thank
to
you.
work with you, Leo, on that resolution.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely need your help and Bruce, if possible. Bruce is a public member, but we'll still use his as resources since he's one of ours. All right.
Thank
Great
you.
job, committee. Really great
Thank
job.
you.
Amazing job.
All right. So I want to apologize first and foremost for the long wait. I know we had a record-breaking turnout at this Zoom meeting. We had over 100 participants at one point or attendees. So thank you for everybody who showed up from River Terrace and for the community in that area by the Riverside Viaduct, the viaduct. Again, sincere apologies. We just had a very, very packed agenda tonight. We wanted to make sure that we addressed and covered all ends. With that being said, we still have Lyle. I'm gonna allow Anne and Jody to kind of spearhead this a bit and take the lead. Now, I want to remind everyone that yes, we do feel aware of how this is being handled. I want you to state your honest opinion, voice your concerns. But Lyle is just a messenger. Lyle just works for DOT. So he's gonna give us the answers that he's provided from DOT, and we'll move forward as a committee, as a board, with Anthony's direction and myself, to address this and how we seem we should move forward. Give you some context. Conversations are being had in the background. Anthony, myself, and Jody, Bruce included, have a meeting with Councilmember Sean Abreu on Wednesday to discuss next steps. We are going to request a meeting with DOT Manhattan Board Commissioner Danielle Zuckerman and DOT Commissioner Flynn, obviously with Lyle. We just want transparent answers. We want a resolution, we want a result. We want to see how this is moving forward. Again, Lyle, we know you're the messenger. So please don't attack Lyle, but please state your concerns so it's on the record and he can take it back to his group and share. So with that being said, Anne and Jody, take it away. Bruce, feel free to chime in as well, since you guys have really, really been spearheading and doing a lot of the legwork for this. So thank you for your advocacy.
Leo, I think Anne has the presentation and knows how she wants to move forward tonight.
Great.
Thanks, Jody. I'm going to make this, I'm going to make this really brief. First of all, I just want to apologize to my neighbors and any other public members who've stuck in there and prove their resilience here and their commitment to moving this forward. Although the extent that they've waited here tonight is nothing compared to how patient and
oh my God, right? What a nightmare.
Right.
Yeah, whoever said that. What we've put up with for the last, over a year when the front of the building is done. So that having been said, at some point, Leo, you said, that's just a Band-Aid solution that really doesn't get to the real issue, talking about another matter. And that's exactly what I'd like to hear addressed tonight from these stakeholders. The real issue is opening up the front of the building. The Band-Aid is another workaround or a cosmetic improvement to the bridge to nowhere, as it's called. So with that, I'd like to ask if Jody or Bruce have anything to add, and then I'd really like to get to the community members.
I have nothing. I want to hear from Lyle about what's going on.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Anne, and I'd like to hear from the people that live along this stretch. It is a project, I do want to point out, that started in 2019, was supposed to be completed in 2022, 3 years, and we're now going on the 7th year. In 7 years, that the residents along this stretch, 5 blocks, have had to live through some pretty crazy times, and it lacks transparency as to what's going on at this point. And it's not only the residents that live along this block, but it's the community at large as well. We all enjoy this area, and we haven't been able to use it for the last 6 years.
Absolutely. And, let me just add one other quick thing, and this is really to Lyle. I hear discussions about the 3 projects that DOT is dealing with in this neighborhood: the 6-way, the stairs, and oh, by the way, the viaduct project. They are by no means of equal weight. They are by no means projects that affect people in any way, shape, or form with the impact that the viaduct project does. So with that, I know that Jack Fogel wanted to say something. Our community board, our co-op board president wanted to say something. And if they could keep their comments really brief, Rick and Jack, and then other residents, we really want to hear from them briefly. And I'm sorry I took so long.
No worries. For the public attendees that want to discuss this topic, you can raise your hand. I will allow Jack Fogel and Rick Pantaleone to speak first. And then we'll go. Everybody has 60 seconds, a minute, again, in essence of time. And we're obviously going to relay a message to Lyle. Lyle's going to hear us loud and clear. Stands for the record. We'll continue following up on the back end. We just want your voice to be heard and documented, so that when we move forward, we have the community at large involved. So let me start with Jack Fogel. There you go, Jack.
You said 60 seconds. I timed my comments for the 2 minutes that you advertised. So let me continue. Thank you for your time. While preparing this meeting report, I was watching the news coverage of the city council hearings on snow removal, the experiences of New Yorkers recounting block street access, intersections, bus stops, fire hydrants, etc. And I was struck by the contrast. River Arts residents have lived with these unacceptable conditions, not for a week or 2, but for the last 2 years counting. Where are our city council hearings? Hopefully CB12 will have something to say. Construction started on stage 3A, which is the portion in front of our building, in November of 22. Our residents were directed by DOT to use a so-called ADA access ramp located at 15900 that's essentially a bridge to nowhere because it is completely cut off from the street. It dead ends at the concrete traffic barriers topped by a 6-foot chain link fence. From there, you have to walk another block south to 158th Street or detour another block north to 15934. And that does not address our daily activities and safety. The only other alternative is in the back street entrance at the rear of the building that requires residents with bad hips and knees to walk up 3 flights of stairs just to get to the street. Within our Kafkaesque landscape, as in the case of a bridge to nowhere, DOT has also maintained the existence of a designated emergency access lane for EMS and FDNY. However, to street level stress test, it has repeatedly failed our stroke and heart attack victims because EMS simply cannot find it, repeatedly delaying response times. In the case of the local FDNY ladder company, when they're called on site, they also have a different reality, contrary to the proposed submittal to the Brooklyn headquarters by their contemporaries at DOT. There must be better solutions. Councilman Abreu has offered more than one possibility to finish the job if only the city will accept accountability and end our nightmare. Thank you.
I will remind our guests, have a little bit of respect. I understand it's been a long night, but in essence of time, we are volunteer, and I wouldn't want to be here till midnight. We allow everybody to speak. If you need a little more after the minute, just request it. And I'm a pretty reasonable human being. I'll let you go. Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you, Chairman, members. I appreciate it's late. I am the president of the co-op board of River Arts facing the viaduct. And I'm just going to make 2 very quick points. The first is that the construction in front of our building is done. The moving lanes are done, the parking lanes are done, the sidewalks are done, and the barricades are still there. Instead of my coming here and trying to make an argument about why it's unsafe or why it's annoying, I think DOT ought to make the burden of why is it still closed? And as a sort of thought experiment, let's pretend the remaining work we're starting today as a new project and that the whole what's done never happened. If they were starting the remaining work today, would they ask to close our frontage 400 feet from where the remaining work is? No, they wouldn't have the audacity, right? They would contain the impact to where the work is. But because of this legacy, our front door is closed for no reason that they're willing to explain. So I heard you say earlier, Leo, that there's going to be a meeting. I appreciate that. I would love to hear some answers. I would love to be, be it a participant if that's suitable. And if that's not suitable, then I trust you'll just get back to us with whatever the word is. But we need a resolution other than stonewalling because there's a lawsuit. Thank you.
I agree, Rick. As for the meeting with Councilmember Abreu, it will be amongst a small group. It's a short meeting time. We're trying to figure out next steps. But Jody and Bruce and myself will make sure that anything comes out of the meeting, we let the community know, especially in your area, and that we follow consistently.
Leo, you've got an echo.
Oh.
I do too.
Leo, can we include Ann in that meeting, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry?
Can we include
Everyone, make sure that you're muted. Can everyone make sure that you're muted first? Thank you.
Bruce, I'm in the meeting.
Good.
Yes, Ann is in the meeting. Jody and Ann are in the meeting. All right. Elizabeth Kofler Schumann. Sorry if I butchered that.
I don't really have to add much. I think I made my statement. I would almost project that we should station people at the intersection during red lights, asking the drivers to voice their opinion. Because as I said, it's not just us residents who are inconvenienced, but all the people who drive, because Riverside is a big alternate to the West Side Highway. And that might be another group of voices that maybe haven't been heard yet. And I want to thank Ann and Rick for standing up to us, as of course, Jack. Thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy. Ian Scott. By the way, Lyle will respond. I'm just letting everyone speak so he can take his notes and then reply accordingly.
Good evening. I'm a resident of River Arts Building, and I'm on the steering committee for the Viaduct, or steering member of the Viaduct Committee. And what I want to complain is I'm on a street level, and we've had our view of the Hudson River spoiled by the barricades and the netting. And all they're doing is housing old rubble. And that rubble is now 1.5 years old, and it is deteriorating. And I'm talking about wood and old tires and paint and tins. And it's not really conducive because there's rats in there. And I heard the commotion about losing 10 parking spots. Well, we've lost 150 parking spots for more than 1.5 years. And it's very inconvenient for us when we have visitors coming. They need to go and park somewhere else. We have to pay for parking because there's no street parking. And the supplies that are in this containment are just there. It's like a garbage dump in front of our building, and there is absolutely no purpose for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Lego Legrand.
Thank you so much. Leo, I don't know why that CB12 is unique amongst the Manhattan community boards in throttling its community chat. But I think that you should indeed read all of the comments in the Q&A, because this is the only place that the community has an open voice to say anything in these proceedings. I do not appreciate the way that the community voice is silenced. And I think that we should have this meeting in person. I think that we should be able to have a community discourse that is face to face. I am ever hopeful that there will be an opportunity for us to have Discord in person, because currently, oh, that did not sound like 120 seconds. And I know that this interruption has.
Allegra, thank you. I will remind, we usually have our meetings in person. Unfortunately, the last few weeks we've had very bad weather. We anticipated bad weather for today, which is why we went remote. But all our committee meetings are in person, and I like to think so. And my committee members can attest, community board members that come to my meeting, and public members and attendees, I tend to have a dialogue with anybody who comes to my committee. It's an open forum.
The weather today was cold. It was not poor. It was cold. Cold as per.
I'm sorry.
All right,
So
Leah,
you're
this
not
is some of the
engaging.
offers. We're not
Governor.
engaging in discussion. I'm not sure where she went, but we're not engaging in discussion. Once again, we allow everyone to come to our committee meetings and voice their opinion. This is open forum. We encourage the dialogue. In essence of time, Allegra, it's 60 seconds. As you've seen, it's been a long night. And I might remind, and I'm sorry if I'm out of order, Jim, we are volunteers. We all have lives outside of this. We all have families. We all have jobs. I care deeply about my community, but I also need to ensure that I can continue my life so that I can come back and be with you guys in this
Community
setting.
members also have jobs.
You're right. Thank you. That being said, let me move on to Eliza Miller.
Hi, thank you so much. And I really appreciate you all being here tonight. It's really a long night. I'm impressed with your stamina. I just wanted to mention, I mean, yes, it's ugly and it's very inconvenient and it's dirty and everything, but it's also extremely dangerous, the current situation. And, you know, for those of us that walk dogs, which is a lot of us, I mean, we see like there's been so many car accidents up at the north end of the construction there because of the chaos of that little intersection. And then, you know, the narrow place where they just had a garbage dump basically there. And then also behind that place where they have the garbage, you know, people sleep back there, people do drugs back there, turn tricks back there. It's really, really unsafe. And it's all been created by this situation where they've just stored their garbage from the construction, basically where they think no one's looking. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Eliza. I'm sorry, Darlie. I saw your hand raised. Go ahead. You've been quiet.
Thank you. And I apologize for my previous neighbor. I'm so sorry. So it is an eyesore. There is no question about it. There is a big issue about safety for those of us who walk our dogs or who just want to take a walk along the neighborhood, but it's a monumental safety issue. My mom has a mini stroke. At the time that happened, it was kind of new that emergency vehicle could not find the address. And the ambulance that was coming from Presbyterian, which is a few blocks away, could not find the entrance to the building. I had to run out half dressed just to ensure that they would come in. And the problem is that wherever the emergency vehicle park is 1 block from the actual entrance of the building. There is no way to park in front of the building. There is no way to easily take the stretcher or whatever they are bringing in to have access to the building. It is a nightmare. I did a video of what that looks like to actually, as an emergency vehicle, to access our building. Sadly, my phone passed away and I cannot share you anything like that. The other day in another meeting, someone mentioned, is a fire happened? I never thought of a fire happening. There is no way for a fire truck to have access to anything, not even a hydrant, to combat a fire in our building. So yes, we have a view, the sidewalk. We want to believe that our side of the building is ready. It is not, because the other side of the sidewalk is not even part of the project yet. It's kind of on the last phase of the project. We had lamps that, with the deterioration and the time of the project had been unattended, they are just falling apart. In fact, there is no light on the sidewalk on our side. So I don't know. I understand that the city and the contractor are in a litigation, but we have to come to a solution here, because literally life are at stake here. We have a very old community in our building, and the way that they have to circulate and navigate to get out of the building is just not okay. It's a disrespect and a lack of consideration to life, not just to people, to life itself. And we have to do something about it. And thank you so much to the committee for giving us the time to express our concern and our outrage and our frustration and everything else that we are not saying.
Thank you, Darlie. Caroline Jose.
Hi, thank you. I want to make it super brief. I do not live on that location, but I am very near it. In cold winter months, I would come out of the C train at 155th Street and grab the BX6 right there on Amsterdam, which the final stop, or the second to final stop, is right on 156 in Riverside. Many times of catching that bus right on time, the actual bus driver, probably a new guy or a new lady, would completely dismiss the bus stop because of this scaffolding that goes forever. And I have found myself walking back home all the way from the other side. And so I hear this pain from all these different community members, and I just wanted to extend my understanding as someone who doesn't necessarily live right on that same strip, but who has seen and has felt the pain. So please, I hope that this is something that gets removed, because that beauty of a landscape there is gorgeous, and I'm so happy that I get to enjoy it, but not as well as my fellow neighbors. So thank you guys so much for the time.
Thank you, Caroline. All right. Jody, Ann, do you want any closing remarks before we pass it over to Lyle? Then we'll have a discussion with Lyle.
You know, yes, there is a critical life and safety issue, but I want to make sure that the DOT doesn't then try and put a Band-Aid on it. It's much more, it's gone way beyond that. We're way beyond that. It's finished, it needs to be opened. And if it can't be, we need to know why. You know, the River Arts residents have suffered for far too long. And, you know, as you just heard, there are other ancillary uses and neighbors who have been affected as well. You know, it's not just the 500 people who live here. So can't wait to hear from Lyle.
Thank you. Jody or Bruce, or we hand it over to Lyle?
Let's go to Lyle.
All right, Lyle.
Evening again, everyone. Regarding the status of the Viaduct project, as I've mentioned in previous meetings, there's not much I can say about the status, nor is there any new information that I can pass along tonight. As you may be aware, despite DOT's efforts to resolve ongoing challenges with the project's contractor, the contractor has stopped work due to its alleged claims against the city. Generally, contractors must continue to proceed with work while they pursue these claims. However, in this case, the contractor has refused to advance the project while its claims are pending, and instead the contractor has elected to sue the city. And as such, as I mentioned, due to ongoing litigation, DOT at this time cannot provide additional updates, but we are working with the city's corporation council on this matter to see if we can get this resolved. DOT does acknowledge the community challenges posed by the contractor's inactivity, and DOT is continuing to review the site to identify opportunities to minimize disruption to the neighborhood while the city works to resolve this matter. And DOT will share any updates as they become available. For tonight, again, there's not really much more I can say. So at this point, any questions or comments from tonight, I will pass along to my colleagues. and DOT's Bridges and Legal Division for their review. I understand that there are a few meetings that are coming up. If you let us know when those are, or if there are any additional community meetings that you'd like for DOT to be a part of, you can let me know and I can reveal that information as well to my colleagues for their review. But for tonight, like I said, I'm just taking back your comments and questions and concerns back to my colleagues. But as of now, like I said, there still isn't much more I can say to the pending legal consideration. So I hear you. I understand. I come to these meetings every month, so far, and I wish I had some more information to provide. But this is pretty much, where we are in the process, unfortunately. And I know it's as slow as molasses, but like I said, we're trying to get this rectified as soon as we can. And again, as information comes in, if there's anything new besides what I've been saying, we will definitely pass it along. But any concerns and questions that you have while this process is being worked out, you can always reach out to DOT, and we'll see if we can make any tweaks and adjustments in the meantime. I know that we've gone over there during this process in order to try to make it as safe for both pedestrians and vehicles and try to minimize the construction space as best we can. There's some things that we can't remove for safety purposes in that area, but to this point, we've tried to remove as much construction material as we can while keeping the integrity of the project. I can ask if my colleagues can go up again to make sure, triply sure, that any curbside access that we can provide that or hasn't already been provided, we can try to go to. But at least, like I said, from what we've heard from emergency vehicles, FDNY, EMT, they are able to get to the curb. Like I said, if you feel otherwise, we can, do another review and report back. But this is information I have as of now. Like I said, I'm happy to take back your comments and questions to my colleagues for their review, and we'll see if we can get an answer for you fairly soon.
And now, before I allow Bruce to comment,
Lyle,
Bruce,
per Ian Scott's comments about the rubble and the rats, can't you guys just send a truck over and clean up the crap in front of the building? I mean, come on, you guys have you have the ability to kind of do something, no?
Well, like I said, that issue as far as the debris in front of the buildings, this is new to me. Like I said, I've been taking notes and hearing your comments, throughout this time. So, like I said, I'll be bringing back that concern to my colleagues. If there is something that we can do about that, we will. So, thank you for letting me know. Like I said, that's the first time I've heard about that particular issue. I'm going to go back with my colleagues to see what we can do about that.
Now, I'm formally requesting, and this is obviously for your colleagues, that whenever we ask you or we say something, whenever you send your colleagues to go check it out, that you inform one of us so we can walk it with your colleague. Because I've been in that area and it's a mess, man. And as much as DOT wants to say that they try their best to make access or secure, it's not. I went there yesterday, drove by, parked nearby and walked on a limb, and it's a disaster. It's kind of a deserted street with a bunch of materials and junk equipment all over the place. So moving forward, whenever DOT deems fit to send some type of inspection or someone to check out the area, we have to know. A board member, the chairperson who's a nearby neighbor, and Jody, who are part of the board, Bruce, they should be able to walk with this personnel and identify the issues. I think when you send someone, Bruce, give me 1 second. When you send someone that is not from that area, they come check it real quick and they go. They don't really fix anything. And that seems to be a continuous issue. We understand that the project is at a halt. We understand that there's legalities and there's a lot of things going on in the background, but we've asked for a simple request. What are the requests? Access for vehicles. We spoke to the fire department nearby, and the firehouse said, no, we're not able to have access. We explained that, well, the project, the community liaison confirmed with someone, they didn't confirm with us at the firehouse. So NYPD 33rd Precinct, I've had conversations, same thing. They're like, no, we don't have access to it. Sometimes it's hard to get around. And, so it's one thing you're hearing one side, and again, I'm not going after you. I know you're the messenger, but you have to understand my colleagues, my fellow community residents, we're all kind of fed up and sick and tired of the same responses. Again, not from you necessarily, but we need DOT to come and make our streets safe, to provide accessibility. These are very simple as that we are afforded as New York City residents. And I think it's a continuous issue. Obviously, we're going to sit down with you guys in the near future and try to mitigate. But if we keep going around in circles, you know, DOT is setting us back. Go ahead, Bruce. I'm sorry about that. And
No,
then-
all I'm going to say is that, you know, Lyle, I don't know who you're talking to, but you need to talk to Rick Pantaleone, Ian Scott, Ann Mega at River Arts, Sean Abreu, and you don't need to contact me. You need to contact them and tell them what the hell you're doing, because they're the ones that are being directly affected. And there's no excuse.
Go ahead, Ann, and then Jody.
Two things. So I don't know if Jack is still on, Jack Fogel, who's been with this project from its inception and was our on-site property manager until a month ago or a couple of months ago. He spoke with the FDNY and he walked the building with them just a few months ago. And they said, this is an untenable situation. And then we hear from the DOT that there's a sign off from FDNY that it completely measures up to safety standards. And Jack has said there are quotable people in that fire station who will tell you the truth. Also, Lyle, I heard you say, oh, I didn't know that there was stuff there. Valerie, you keep saying, is on site. Valerie doesn't know what the site looks like. What does on site mean? So there's just so many levels of frustration that we're not getting answers for. The front of the building needs to be opened. It's finished. I don't want to hear about, oh, well, we picked up the rotten lumber. That's not what needs to happen. It needs to be opened.
Go ahead, Jody.
I agree with you, Leo, and I agree with everybody else. There needs to be an immediate on-site visit with River Arts people, and it needs to be now. It is absolutely ridiculous that this has gone on this long and that Lyle still can tell us he doesn't know that there's rubble out in front of that building and that there's barriers that need to be removed in order to allow emergency access. There is not emergency access that is in any way remotely close to what it should be. We have, examples of EMS not being able to find people. And I just think it's kicking the can down the road and it's not being responsive. And it basically suggests a callous disregard for human life and the people of Washington Heights. And it's very upsetting. That's all I have to say.
We'll allow Ian and Jack, and then we'll bring it back to Lyle, and then we'll wrap up. And now we'll discuss what next steps we're taking as a board or as a committee moving to the board with Anthony Viola. And Anthony, feel free to chime in whenever you need to. Go ahead, Ian.
Am I muted?
No, you're good.
Oh, good. Great. Lyle, I wanted to ask you a question. When is this going to get resolved? I mean, in the next 10 years, it's going to get resolved. Somebody's going to pay somebody and the contract is going to carry on. Why don't you just bring that time span forward? It is going to get resolved. Put your pride in your pocket, admit who was wrong or who was underpaid, sort it out. There's 500 people living here that are just not impressed with the level of service we got. And by the way, it affects the resale value of every single apartment in that building. So take that message back and get working on getting something done. Thank you.
All right, we'll allow, I think that we're pretty much done. So yeah, Lyle.
May I?
Yes, Jack.
Okay, I just wanted to apologize. I didn't realize how strident my tone was.
No worries.
But when you cut the time in half after I had rehearsed and prepared, spent all that time for the 2-minute limit, it just threw me off.
Yeah, no
so
worries.
I apologize. Because like I said, I am also a former Community Board 12 member.
Welcome back.
And yeah, thank you. And I know what I know the time and commitment that everybody makes to it as volunteers. We all are. And I'm just, like I said, and everybody, I've been on this project. Actually, I started our first meeting with Lyle and DOT and everybody else was in 2018. Construction started in 2019. So yes, it's 2026. And we look out our window and we see what's happening and what's not happening, and we get no communication to what we can see for ourselves. And that's been equally frustrating. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Bruce, and then we'll wrap up.
Just one thing, Jack, you don't have to apologize for a damn thing. You guys have gone through hell, and DOT's got to step up, and it's about time. So just hang in there, buddy. We're with you.
Sure, Bruce.
Okay, so Lyle, I'm sure you gave your spiel, but do you have anything else you want to say or add to your earlier comments?
Like I said, everything that's been mentioned today I've written down, and we'll pass along to my colleagues. Valerie was mentioned earlier. Valerie is on site. There is an office on Broadway, 158th Street, a few blocks away from the construction area. She's there Monday through Friday during business hours. So, she's there. If you can't reach me, like I said, everything that's mentioned today, I will take back. I wish I had more to say. Believe me, I wish I had more to say. But like I said, I'm hamstrung pretty much by legal situation. I hear you. I understand it's been frustrating. I've been working on this for the better part of 10 years too. So I understand, not to your extent, but I can imagine how you're paid. But like I said, everything is on the record. I will pass this information along. Hopefully I can have more answers for you sooner than I have had in the past. But all I can do is pass on the information that I've been given at this time. And like I said, on behalf of the agency, I definitely apologize for the length of time and frustration it's given to everyone. But believe me, we're trying to do what we can to rectify the situation as best we can, as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Lau. So we have the meeting scheduled with Councilmember Sean Abreu. We'll discuss next steps. I'm gonna ask Lau to meet on site with Valerie, with the engineer in charge, with the project manager, and with Danielle in the next week. I need you guys to see it with me so that I am a witness, and then DOT has the floor to act. If not, we will, as the board, have to consider negligent on DOT's behalf. And obviously, we understand DOT is a partner. We understand that DOT tries to make our streets safer. And this hopefully is an isolated incident, but we cannot allow it to continue longer because it impacts so many people in a negative way. I, as a lifelong community resident in Washington Heights and in Wood, understand the importance of our streets. And regardless of parking, which 150 parking spaces, it's ridiculous. But you also inconveniencing our bike riders, emergency services, you, DOT, and the contractor, not you, DOT. And we as a community won't stand for this, especially when you have people coming out in groves to continuously advocate against and protest this. So I will be requesting a meeting. I'll reach out to you and Valerie within the next week. We're going to meet with Sean Abreu on our side. And then Anthony, the chairperson, who has been gracious and joined us for the 5-hour duration of this meeting, 4 hours duration of this meeting, we will request that DOT, that we have a meeting with DOT Commissioner Flynn and Danielle to put things in writing. We need some action plan. We need moving steps. We're not going to wait another 7 years. We're not going to wait another couple months. Something needs to happen now. I understand that it's a legality issue. I understand that there's certain things in the contract that cannot be acted on. So we're not saying they have to come back and make it 100% completion. What we're saying is certain things don't belong there, get them out of the way so our emergency vehicles could service our community residents in that building, so that they're able to come out and walk through the entrance and exit and not have to take back staircases or go around the corner, whatever it is that they have to do. So these are the plans we're setting forth. We'll confirm with Sean, myself, Anthony, and Noemi, Jody. And then we'll move forward with that request to meet on site, and then the bigger meeting with Commissioner Danielle Zuckerman and Commissioner Flynn.
If I can make just one short comment, that
Yes.
I agree with you, and I think what we have to insist upon, and if it's not happening, then we have every right to be angry. We expect DOT to do everything it can do, but there's stuff that they can't do, and we have to keep that in mind too. If the Department of Law says you may not do that, well then, they can't do that. But, you know, and I believe, and you know, that people did a very good job, and I understand, you know, the frustration of some. We did a very good job, I believe, of controlling our tone, and you know, most of us, all of us, do understand that Lyle is just the messenger, and we don't shoot the messenger. And again, I am horrified, and if this happened to me, I'd be, you know, equally frustrated and angry. But again, we have to understand that there are these crazy realities out there, some of them, Anthony, associated with the law, that basically no one has any control over. So, but again, I compliment everyone, because I think this discussion, for the most part, has been appropriately polite, and we should all be pleased with our behavior.
I agree with you, Jim, and I appreciate everyone who stayed countless hours to advocate. Jim, and this is just for reference, every contract, when it comes to street work or any infrastructure work in our city, has a clause for safety and accessibility. So regardless of what they can and cannot do, they have to maintain safety and accessibility at all times, regardless of the fact. And that's what we're asking as a community. Again, we understand that certain things are beyond DOT's control with the contractor defaulting, whatever happened to them. I'm not sure the situation with Jude Law, but DOT, as the acting agency, the managing agency, should act accordingly and ensure that the community has safety and accessibility. And with that being said, Lyle,
just
yes.
briefly, is Ian Baltasano from Sean's office? Is he still here?
I don't think so.
I guess not. Okay.
It is now 11:02, and I would like to move to adjourn.
Yes. So before we adjourn, next month in April, we won't have extensive discussions on all this. We have our street co-naming, and I believe up to date we have 2 applications coming back. We'll forward that to the committee for your review, and that is all for new business. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
So first by Noemi. Anybody want a second? I can't.
Second.
Okay. Daryl, thank you. All right. With that being said, thank you guys for taking the time and joining us. I appreciate you. We'll